around the country. This is day 3 of our Reboot conference. We're very excited to have everyone joining us today. Over the past few days, we've talked about the intersection of tech policy in DC and what's happening in industry. Today, we're focused on tech and the future of news. To find out more about our work at Lincoln Network, you can go to lincolnpolicy.org. To find out more about the conference and to view videos in the future, you can go to rebootconference.org. Let me start by thanking our sponsors for this event, the Federalist Society's Regulatory Transparency Project, AT&T, and Facebook, and my incredible team at Lincoln for doing a great job organizing this event. I saved our lead sponsor for last. We are very honored to have the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation as the lead sponsor for this conference, Reboot 2020, and I am delighted to have Alberto Ibargüen, who is the president and CEO of the Knight Foundation, joining me for this keynote conversation. Just a little bit of background on Alberto. He served in the Peace Corps early on in his life. He served on numerous corporate boards and philanthropic boards later in his life, and has had a really remarkable career in between. And as I mentioned, since 2005, he has served as the president and CEO of the Knight Foundation. So, Alberto, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I've enjoyed the conference so far. I hope I'll be able to say that after this conversation.
I have no doubt you will deliver. So let's take a trip down memory lane. I want to start the conversation by looking back 20 years. So I grew up in Tampa. I was a sophomore in high school in 2020. And I think most people who are listening today can say that they lived through the 2000 election. But you really lived through the election. In addition to all of the other incredible things that you've done in your career, you were at the time the publisher of the largest newspaper in the largest media market in Florida during an election where you had to decide to call the election, not to call the election, and then to cover everything that happened over the month after the American people voted. So let's start by just talking through that experience and anything that you learned that sort of is cycling back in your brain right now as we live through what we're going through right now.
Well, look, thank you very much. I'm happy to go down memory lane. I don't want to get too involved in war stories, but it was a hell of a night. We had the beginning of what was to be a 30 or a 31 day, I forget exactly, number of days, right after Brazil had changed from a centrist to a leftist, major changes in government in a country that is the biggest in Latin America, all in one day, and we were taking all that time. The vote was so close in Florida. People forget that it was also made closer by Ralph Nader picking up some 75,000 non-Republican, non-Democratic votes.
The third
I was in San Jose at a Knight Ridder meeting, which was the headquarters, and Marty Barron, who is now editor of the Washington Post, was the editor of the Miami Herald, and he and I spent the better part of that night on the telephone trying to decide whether we would go or not go. Some people were saying it was Bush. Some people were saying nothing. We decided late into the night that we needed to put out a paper, and so we started to run with a Bush wins headline, and a few, I think it couldn't have been an hour. It was a matter of minutes before the Associated Press put out they're too close to call, and others changed their minds, and so we stopped the press, pulled back the trucks. This is what you had to do back in the Middle Ages. Pulled back the trucks and then rerun a too close to call headline. 30 or so days later, when the Supreme Court, there were a number of efforts to try to count the votes, stop the count, go ahead with the count. They were counting the votes, and ultimately the Supreme Court of the United States decided enough already, stop. Bush is the winner. That was on a Saturday, as I recall. On Monday morning, we had, because of the Florida public records laws, we had a subpoena at every single registrar's office, every county registrar, because it was all done by counties in Florida. And we had a subpoena for the public record, which was also known as the ballot. The ballot, after the Supreme Court decided, became a public record, and we determined we would do the count. Okay. We, the Miami Herald, and we did. And not that it's exactly a bestseller, but it ultimately came out in this book by Marty Mercer called The Miami Herald Report, Democracy Held Hostage. I confess it's a bit over the top as a headline. But the headline was that however you counted it, and even discounting some kinds of ballots and other kinds of ballots, it was our conclusion. We actually hired the firm of BDO Seidman, now called BDO, and they after we had been turned down by the Big Four because they wanted nothing to do with it.
Didn't want to touch it. Wow.
They didn't want to touch it, and the chairman of BDO Seidman said, you know, it would be fun to be a footnote to history. So he took the case. It cost us a bunch of money, but we counted every vote in Florida and determined that George Bush won.
Got it. Okay, so let's fast forward 20 years to where we are now. Pre-COVID, pre-election. It's been a interesting, some would say challenging 3 to 4 years for the tech industry and for the news industry. And we're talking about the interplay between the two for today's conversations. So provide some framing as we kick off today. Are you optimistic about both industries moving forward?
I don't think anyone can answer the question about the industry, certainly not the news industry, because I don't think we know yet the shape, what the business model is that is actually sustainable. What does it mean that today with the vaccine, yesterday's announcement of the vaccine, medical stock went up, airline stock went up, and tech stock plummeted. Mm-hmm. These things are subject to all sorts of vagaries. I think I am optimistic about the answer to the basic question. And the basic question is, do we want a democratic republic? Mm-hmm. If the answer is yes, a democratic republic that's really effective, that really represents the will of the people, is a democratic republic that, in Jack Knight's terminology, Jack Knight being the founder of Knight Ridder and Knight Foundation, the purpose of great news organizations is to inform so that the people may determine their own true interest. You can't do that if you don't have a system of reliable information. Do we have that in the new tech world yet? No, we don't. Did they do that before? I feel like a broken record because for the last, I'd say 15 years since I read her book called The Press, I think it was The Printing Press as an Agent of Change. Elizabeth Eisenstein, a professor at the University of Michigan, writes about before Gutenberg, everything was order. There was an imprimatur on a document called the Bible, and you knew it was the truth. And the monks would illuminate the manuscript. But it comes the printing press, and any Tom, Dick, or Martin Luther can print whatever the hell they want. And it took them 100 years to figure out how to rationalize these things, how to sort them out. It can't take us 100 years. The world moves too fast now, but the example or the lesson is still there to stay at it, nose to the grindstone, to keep trying to figure out what's the best way. Was it perfect when newspapers were at the center of news dissemination? No, it absolutely wasn't perfect. It was a white male point of view. Women were in the homemaking pages. Blacks were occasionally, if there was a disturbance, blacks or Hispanics would show up, never as an authority on a big issue. So no, it absolutely wasn't perfect. And did we get it all right? No, it was a very American-centric point of view. But it was also, interestingly, very balanced, because the U.S. newspaper market was so decentralized, was so localized, and local is where you have the shortest distance between story and reader. And it's not that every reader will go to the Board of Education or the county hall to check out a particular piece that you might have written today, but there is a greater sense that if somebody writes about, in Miami, if somebody writes about Hialeah and Homestead as neighborhoods, as if they were the same, you already know this is somebody who flew in from Los Angeles and doesn't know the town. If somebody writes about potholes that aren't fixed, if somebody writes about policies that aren't being implemented, and how do you know? You know because you live there. You know because your kids go to school there, because your neighbors are there. That's that kind of check and balance, I think, might be the beginning of a return to trust in reporting, and a return to value in accurate, transparent sort of reporting. This is hard work. That one of the smartest people I have ever had the pleasure and the privilege to meet, Tim Berners-Lee, about 13, 14 years, the inventor of the World Wide Web, for Pete's sake.
Yeah, you were chairman of the foundation for a number of years.
I was privileged to be chairman of his foundation later on, but when we first met him, he came and asked for a grant to in a part of a night news challenge, and the grant was to develop a fact-checking process. And when we talked to him, he said, I didn't take out a patent, he said, or words to this effect. He didn't take out a patent on the World Wide Web because he felt it should be free and universal. Great, we can all agree. It should be free and universal. But he said the greatest threat to a free and universal web is the lack of authenticity, as he called it, the cheating and lying and dissembling and misinformation and disinformation. And I said, well, what do you want? Money to get 10,000 fact checkers? And he said, no, that would be a newspaper solution. I'm an engineer. I want money to develop code to figure out if I can get code, if I can write programs that will check the veracity of stories. We got as far as checking the sources. We didn't get to the point of a machine deciding, weighing, making a very human judgment that is really hard to do. Ask all the fact checkers that are trying to do it every day. Mm-hmm. It's very, very hard to do because your fact checking may be my view of a bias. So we're still working on it.
Alberto, I want to double click on the word you used several sentences ago, trust. So yeah. The Knight Foundation has increasingly focused on trust, both in tech and news, as you were just describing. Real time, pre-election, the polls showed the race going one way, and we all found out election night that most of the polls, vast majority of the polls were very off. Then the election outcome came, and the vote started to come in, and everyone was surprised and is still debating that right now. A poll just came out yesterday by Politico Morning Consult, and they suggested that 70% of people who voted for Trump are not confident in the election results at this moment. So my question to you, talking about everything you have been working on over the past few years, what are your current thoughts on how do we repair this deficit of trust?
Look, this is absolutely not a surprise. About don't hold me to the exact, but about a month ago, Gallup came out with a survey that we funded. That was a Knight Gallup survey that showed something that I think I just don't remember seeing before. Not just a division but that Democrats believed that a significant portion of the other side not only was wrong, but was actively trying to hurt the country. And Republicans, in even greater numbers, believe that about Democrats. So why should in 30 days, with a really close election that's still being counted, should we think that this was somehow magically going to go away? It isn't going to go away any more than the virus has gone away. This is a really hard moment because we are more and more entrenched in our perspectives, and to use I think it was Eli Pariser's filter bubble. We can find in the web absolutely documented proof for black is white and white is black. For whatever kind of theory you want, you can have it documented consistently and plentifully on the web. I think it's time to be modest. I think it's time to be local for us, anyhow, for the foundation, and that's why and I felt this for quite some time. About a year ago, we announced a $300 million initiative to bolster local news, to bolster where you can begin to rebuild trust on the things that we do every day, on the schools, on the infrastructure, on the issues around town, the sense of humor in a town, the possibilities in a town, the neighbors in a town. I know it isn't as fancy and as sexy maybe as foreign policy, but I can't, as a regular American, I can't really judge the foreign policy implications. I'm not someplace in the middle of a Senate procedural battle. I can barely keep my arms around what's happening locally, and so I think there's really good work for us as a foundation, and I think there's really good work for us as Americans to go back to the roots, to go back to the grassroots, and begin to build a bond of trust at the local level that hopefully then can grow into a greater kind of trust at the national level. It is absolutely not helpful to have national leaders who, without evidence, without anything other than frankly bias, whether it's on the left or on the right, simply say, that city is a Democrat city. Of course they're cheaters. That city is a Republican, or that town is a Republican town. Well, of course they're backward, or whatever your cup of tea is. It doesn't help. What helps, I think, is focusing on the what used to be called the full, accurate, contextual search for truth that will give us a basis, that will give us the basis on which to agree and disagree, as opposed to the bias with which we begin all conversations these days.
Yeah, I think, that is a great point. This next question is very much tied to that. You mentioned a vaccine was announced that looks very promising, and it was celebrated. And, the excitement was reflected in the market in many other ways yesterday. We have lived through one of the most polarizing elections in recent history, unprecedented amount of tension. My question is, what do you think the right vaccine to address polarization, to depolarize our country, what does that look like? You talked about needing to get down to more local levels. Can you just sort of unpack what you and the Knight Foundation are doing to try to think about how the media, what role the media and information can play in depolarizing the country?
Well, let me say two kinds of things. Number one, I can't think of a better set of messages than if this vaccine in fact proves out, if this or another vaccine, if let's assume that there's a President Biden and a Vice President Harris, if all four of President Biden, Vice President Harris, former President Trump, and former Vice President Pence, all four went and got themselves vaccinated in public. You ask for a vaccine, that would be a vaccine. It's symbolism, it's theater, it's whatever you want to call it. It's also the kind of thing that a lot of Americans would say, So if these four people who clearly are from very different points of view trust this vaccine, this Pfizer vaccine or somebody else's vaccine, then maybe I can too. At the local level, people will begin to trust when people they know, when people they're friends with on Facebook, with people they go to school with, or people they know. That's what they will begin. I think they will be the great ambassadors, and that's not unlike the kind of local news sort of emphasis that we're taking at night. It's actually not that different at its core from the way the Koch Foundation is talking about grassroots development of communities from the grassroots up. In fact, we were just publishing a series of essays along with the Kettering Foundation that includes a range of points of view that literally range from blowing everything up. It's sort of I think it's called is it Democracy and Civic Life? What's the long game for democracy? And we have not only a range of views, but we have a range of voices. We have a range of people who are arguing for the best thing philanthropy can do is support the Green New Deal. We've got the head of the Koch Foundation arguing for grassroots democratic development. We've got Yuval Levin talking about finding common purpose. We've got others from a variety of points of view, and that actually, I'm proud to tell you, is the hallmark of Knight Foundation funding. Within that 300 million that I talked to you about, in initiative in local news, which funds the American Journalism Project, standing up online local news operations around the country, funding Report for America, funding a range of other local news operations. We're also now, we're not quite ready to discuss it yet because we haven't approved it, but we're exploring the possibility of a pretty large investment in artificial intelligence and local news operations. Will that work? I don't know, but that's the point of having philanthropy, to do that kind of
those risks.
Risk capital, exactly. And in the scholarship that we funded, $50 million is what we've invested in the last 12 months or so into straight up scholarship that really, on purpose, is all over the lot in terms of point of view, in terms of ideology. We've got Yale and Duke and University of Texas, and we've also got Carnegie Tech, and we've got Stanford, and we've got Howard, and we've got American Enterprise Institute, and we've got the Heritage Foundation, and I just signed off on a grant to the Cato Institute. We are not interested in saying, here's some money, prove my prejudice. We are absolutely interested in saying, here's some money, do the damn research, get the facts, and then give me your opinion based on the data that you found. That's a contribution.
Research. I like it.
So that's a contribution, I think, to that should be, I hope, will be a great contribution to policymakers and thinkers and people who are willing to step back and say, okay, So you mean to tell me you see this and get 2 and 2 plus 7? How about this? 2 and 2 plus 4.5, and then let's talk about this. I think I'm very, very optimistic about that. I am, by the way, a prisoner of hope. So don't be surprised if I find that despite the evidence, we still can go forward. That's what I believe.
Hope springs eternal. Last question,
Right.
not to end on a depressing note, but I want to drag us back up to national. I heard you say in a previous interview that your son described you as a lawyer who ran a newspaper. So put on your lawyer hat. What happens with Section 230, the debate around speech online? Does anything happen if the Republicans hold the Senate and Biden's in the White House? Just quick thoughts on how do you see that playing out over the next few years?
Look, I am not in the prognostication business, and you can't get me there. I know what I'm not good at, and that's one of those things. I can tell you that as a lawyer, as a recovering lawyer, I don't find anything wrong with saying, let in all these various conversations about Section 230. I don't know whether we should have the big tech companies blown up or not. We've funded some people who say they should be, and on antitrust basis. We should rethink antitrust. We should think about this as in a Teddy Roosevelt kind of way. They're just too damn big to be not regulated for the good of the people. Or others who say that's the market and that's the efficiencies of the market. Fine, let's have that debate. But also as a lawyer, I am, and as a former newspaper publisher, I am simply not afraid of being held accountable. And so why not have Section 230 modified so that if there is provable harm, you have an ability to get compensated. Let the courts, if somebody publishes something, then let the speaker and the platform be responsible for the consequences in society. Is that going to change things? Yeah, it will change. It will make things perhaps more conservative. It will certainly increase the investment by the tech platforms in artificial intelligence agents of the kind Tim Berners-Lee was trying to develop 10 or 12 years ago and is still trying to develop. But is that good for society? I have a feeling it is good for society to be transparent and accountable. And I think that kind of guide is not a bad thing to have when you're trying to figure out how do we go forward as Americans.
Well, Alberto, thank you for the great work that you and your team, Sam Gill, I should mention, he and I were classmates in grad school. Thank you for the great work that you and your team lead at the Knight Foundation, and we wish you every continued success.
Thank you very much, Garrett. Thanks for having me here.
Absolutely.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the second panel of the day. I'm here with Tim Wang. He is the recent author of the amazingly titled and actually, from an artwork cover perspective, Subprime Attention Crisis, Advertising and the Time Bomb at the Heart of the Internet. So we're looking forward to a really great conversation about advertising technology. This day is day 3 of Reboot, tech and the future of news. So obviously pretty much every possible topic that we're going to hit today is going to sort of be wrapped into this. But Tim, let's start with your seemingly contrarian but well-supported argument in the book, which is basically that digital advertising does not work. Let's just sort of elucidate and drop in there.
Sure, absolutely. So yeah, by way of introduction, hey everybody. So my name is Tim Huang, and the origin of this book is really something that I take from the 2 years that I spent working at Google. And I think one of the most interesting things that sort of happened in my experience at the company was, advertising makes up 80% plus of the company's revenue. But it's interesting on a day-to-day basis that actually people don't talk about it at the company all that much. There's a lot of discussion of self-driving cars and artificial intelligence, but the day-to-day of online advertising is in fact kind of pretty obscure. And so I got really interested in digging into this. And in essence, the kind of core argument of subprime attention crisis is essentially that programmatic advertising, which is the kind of advertising that you see on the internet, is really the money engine that's kind of powered the internet for the last 20 years. But simultaneously, it may be actually much more fragile than it looks. And, maybe just a few examples to get us started. I'm sure Marshall would want to dig into specific parts of this, two things that kind of really inspired this book. So a few years ago, Procter & Gamble, right, one of the biggest advertisers in the world, decided that they would run a small experiment where they cut something on the order of about $200 million out of their online advertising budget. And a year later, they kind of reported to the world that there was absolutely zero impact on anything, on their bottom line. In fact, with some of the efficiencies introduced by cutting the budget in this way, they actually expanded the reach of their advertising by about 10%, right? Which I think really begs the question, like, what is this whole system that we've set up supposed to do, right? So I think that's the first thing. A second thing that I think is really interesting is, in addition to a lot of the evidence that online advertising might not be particularly effective, there's also a lot of evidence that the system is kind of rife with fraud in a lot of ways. So a few years ago, there was a study that came out that suggested that almost about 60% of display advertising is fraudulent traffic. That is to say that the ad is delivered, but it's not delivered to someone real, right? It's a bot, or it's delivered to someone on a click farm, right? They're being paid to basically click on ads. Which again, you think about other markets, we don't have a whole lot of examples of other globe-spanning markets that have powered sort of the recent generation of technological development that are so flawed in this way. And so the book really makes the argument that what we're seeing may be really a market bubble, and that we should really worry about how sustainable the sort of current internet economy really is.
Yeah, so before we get into the sort of market bubble idea, I want to just start with obviously and probably disprovable anecdotes, which is that from my sort of COVID lockdown sort of browsing, it feels like digital advertising works for me well at all, right? So my Instagram feed is just filled with like direct to consumer products that I've actually purchased a bit of, right? There's a lot of sort of online shopping that I do. So can you sort of explain to people then, if we have this clear evidence that there is a lot of fraud, that there is sort of a lot of sort of the 200 million example of Procter & Gamble is a great one. How does that explain what our personal experiences would seem to be online?
Sure, absolutely. And I think this is a super important point, right? Because the claim of the book isn't necessarily that like advertising never works. Like clearly it does. And lots of people have examples where they're like, yeah, I saw something awesome on Instagram and I bought it. Right?
It's my Bonobo shirt. That's
exactly right. That's like a perfect example of that. Yeah, exactly. And I do think that that's a really important thing, but we have to distinguish anecdata from the data about the market as a whole, right? And we have to say, even if we can come up with examples in which advertising works, does the system as a whole actually function? And I think there's a lot of evidence to suggest that that's not the case, right? One way of kind of flipping your sort of anecdote on its head, Marshall, is to basically say, okay, well, there's that one incident where you can remember an ad working. Can you remember all the other ads that were delivered to you that didn't work, right? And then I think we start to look at the broader picture that we're facing here.
Of course. So last question before we get to 2007 and that sort of metaphor. Could you sort of quickly articulate the brief sort of transition in the web's history of advertising from sort of the 1990s up until basically sort of the programmatic advertising space today? Because if we're looking at a broader picture of the history of the news industry and the various conflicts, especially with relate to sort of antitrust claims, you do see this history of a lot of this digital commerce becoming very contentious. So I think it'd be helpful for people to sort of see a sort of view of what did AOL look like? What were they doing in the late 90s versus what was Google doing? And what are we sort of doing today with platforms like Facebook and Instagram?
Yeah, definitely. So one of the fascinating things is you say advertising, right? And I don't know about you, but my mind immediately goes to like Mad Men, right? It's like kind of like offensive guys sitting in a room, like talking about like, the copy on their ads, right? And it turns out that that is actually not the advertising that dominates most of the web now, right? And actually in the early days in the 90s, when we were trying to figure out how we would monetize, right, these online platforms, this is a really big question, right? Because the traditional mode of selling ads was just how you'd imagine buying an ad in a newspaper, right? Like you would call wired.com, right? And you'd say, hey, I really want to put on an ad. And they'd say, okay, cool, send us the thing that you want to put on our website and then we'll put it on, right? But this is actually not, in fact, the way that most ads are bought and sold nowadays. So programmatic advertising refers to the specific configuration really that kind of Google pioneered. There's a couple other predecessor companies, but that Google really kind of figured out the model for and really won on. And it really effectively relies on the use of kind of algorithms that buy and sell ads, right? So the minute you load a website that's going to deliver an ad to you, there's basically a split-second auction that takes place, where sometimes tens, if not hundreds or thousands of advertisers will bid for your attention. And depending on who wins that auction, the ad will be sort of loaded and delivered, at the point at which the site is finally rendered to you. And that really is kind of the core infrastructure of the internet and the core infrastructure of online ads. Now, the only interesting kind of nuance that I go into a little bit in the book is actually, in fact, that you might have think of this as like a very kind of like engineering Silicon Valley type invention. Mm-hmm. But actually, really core to this was a lot of people who really took as their model the stock market, right? Like the capital markets. And so in some ways, the kind of invention of these sort of attention marketplaces of the web are in some ways not so subtly modeled, I think, on these kind of financial markets elsewhere. And there's a lot of resemblances between those two markets.
That's the perfect pivot to the question of why then, and explaining why you're comparing the sort of situation with this bubble that you're referring to. Why do we sort of find ourselves in a similar situation to the financial markets in 2007?
Sure, absolutely. So, one of the things I got really interested in the writing of this book was to look into sort of our history and our understanding around financial bubbles, right? And it turns out that even though financial bubbles take lots of different forms, right? You have like the tulip craze, in Holland, right? You have all sort of the savings and loan crisis, right? We have generations and generations of financial crisis. There's a lot of dynamics that make financial crises similar. And there's a couple of key ingredients, right? There's really three that I think are key. The first one is really bad or deteriorating asset values, right? So we're buying and selling in something that's becoming worth less over time. The second one is opacity, right? You and I have to not be able to see what's really going on in the marketplace, right? Because if we did, then we could sort of bid the price down, right? And then the final one tends to be sort of what I'd call sort of pressures to create a bubble, right? So these often tend to be kind of perverse actors that have incentives to sell how great these assets are, even as the kind of value of that asset declines. And this is something that certainly happened in the 2007 subprime mortgage crisis, right? Which is a very wonky example, but I think a very apt one, right? So you had these subprime mortgages that were declining in value, right? They were likely to default. You had opacity. It was really difficult to tell like what was in a collateralized debt obligation. And then you had these bubble mechanics, right? You had people who had very strong incentives to kind of keep this market rolling, even despite the fundamentals getting worse and worse. And I would argue that if you look at the online ad market, you actually see a lot of the same dynamics playing out, right? That you see subprime, what I call subprime attention, right? Which is basically that like people are not paying attention to ads. There's a lot of ad fraud. Ad blocking is way up. There's also a lot of opacity. It's surprisingly difficult to get a sense of what the state of the ad market is. And then finally, there's a lot of kind of perverse incentives in the market to kind of keep this ball rolling, right? If you're a Facebook or a Google, you have to sell that digital advertising is better than everything else, right? There's a study that The Guardian did, right, that suggested that some 70% of the money that ad buyers put into the programmatic ad system is actually consumed by the ad tech industry, right, even before it gets to a publisher on the other end. And I think that creates fantastically powerful incentives to kind of keep selling digital ads, even though the fundamentals may not be there. And so again, I kind of argue that like a lot of these ingredients kind of make me a little bit queasy, right? Because they resemble the financial bubbles that we've seen in the past.
So here's something I don't understand, given this metaphor, which is a very useful one from a sort of conceptual framework perspective.
Sure.
At least during the financial crisis, the period leading up to it, people who bought those terrible mortgages, they still got their home, right? So they were getting a product that was sort of delivered. But to your sort of examples of Procter & Gamble, the fact that ad blocking is going up, the fact that it isn't quite clear what the return is, all these sort of key examples, why are brands themselves so all in on this system? So you know what I mean? I get why there's the perverse incentive for Google and Facebook to sell every sort of ad spend they can sort of get, but why are brands continuing forward into this sort of toxic process then?
Sure. I think there's a couple of dynamics, and I think it's a really complex question. I would say, let me dispose of the worst possible argument that I've heard so far, right? Which is basically that like, I've had a couple of angry ad tech bros message me after the publication of this book. And they basically have argued, well, people put money into this and they wouldn't put money into it if it didn't work. So isn't that proof that it works, right? Which is, I feel like this crazy circular reasoning that I think is just kind of logically inconsistent, right? I think the reason that brands continue putting money into this system is really for two major reasons. I think the first one is that I do think that one of the interesting things that we have is that basically other ad channels are actively deteriorating from a financial standpoint, right? So I think Alberto was just talking about this, right? Like the state of newspapers is really in a difficult spot, right? And because the fundamentals on those companies have not been as good and their circulation is declining, right? In some ways, the money has nowhere else to run, right? Even if you wanted to spend money, you would look like a total idiot, putting money into a newspaper, even though it might actually be as good as a digital ad, right? So I do think that there's incredible pressures given how the media landscape itself is changing. I do think the second one is that the hype bubble is really real, right? Like I do think that, if you're a middle manager at an ad agency, you want to be seen to be working on the cool thing that everybody else is putting money into, right? And no one ever got fired buying Google ads. Right. And so I do think that that's also a really powerful dynamic, kind of continuing to force money into the system, even despite sort of the fundamentals not being there.
Yeah, that's really helpful. So let's speak to the news industry that you just sort of referenced. Right?
Sure.
So
yeah.
we're looking at the sort of basic storyline, which I do largely agree with, is that, something that's really hampered the news industry over the past few decades on the internet is that much of the dollars that previously went to the industry are now going to sort of like digital tech giants. I don't blame Google or Facebook for that. I think at a certain level there's a product going on there, but what are the implications for the news industry given everything you've just sort of said? Because on one level, if you're sort of like a techno optimist, you would sort of say, well, look, Facebook and Google are getting this money because they deliver a fundamentally better product, right? The story here makes sense. It makes sense to say, hey, like, why would I advertise? Let's say I was launching a Catholic charter school in DC where I'm from. Why would I put that in the local newspaper when I could target young mothers who are, 2 to 3 year olds in DC? And Facebook enables me to do that. With Google, I could buy the keywords for Catholic DC charter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it seems if you're sort of telling the story I'm telling you, you would sort of assume that the situation we're in is sort of a technological inevitability given the nature of it. So can you just sort of engage with this sort of stream of consciousness that I'm sort of trying to grapple with as we're talking?
Yeah, so I think that there's something that you're articulating, which I think is really key to this debate, right? Which is I do think that we have all collectively bought in to the myth of targeting, right? Because on some level, right? Because it seems so intuitively obvious, right? Which is, if you have all this data about people, how could you not be better at targeting a message to someone, right? But what's interesting is increasingly we're sort of seeing a lot of evidence that might not actually be the case, right? So there's some great work by Alessandro Acquisti, who's a researcher at CMU, who's been doing a lot of work trying to compare, like, okay, what happens if you target an ad with cookies versus an ad without cookies, right? And is the effectiveness really all that different, right? It turns out that actually the evidence for that maybe is actually a little bit thinner than we think. There's also other examples, right? I think one really fascinating one is that the UK privacy regulator, the ICO, just put out its postmortem on the Cambridge Analytica scandal, right? And it actually pissed a bunch of people off because the report basically said, look, we can't find any evidence that all of this psychographic targeting actually had a big impact on the Brexit vote, right? And so again, I do think that like we have sort of bought into this kind of intuitive argument that data makes ads more effective. But the evidence to actually prove that is really, really difficult to determine. I talked to some researchers who, they are take the other side of this argument, right? They say, they say ads definitely work, but the subtlety they put in, which I'm okay with, right? The subtlety they put in is based on our studies, the effect is so small that you have to run such large experiments to determine whether or not ads actually work, that in practice, it's too expensive to know whether or not ads work. Right. And so I do think that like we need to push against that, right? We need to push against this myth that digital advertising is in fact so much better. And in fact, in many cases, it may just be as bad as all the advertising we've always had. Yeah,
because in the book, you sort of give the example. I'm not going to, I forget, you know what I'm referencing, just sort of, I know that half of my advertising spend is wasted. I don't know which side of it is. Like that time it's always sort of going to be true.
That's right, exactly. And that may just be like a kind of persistent sort of issue. And I do think, so one of the questions you may be leading up to is, okay, Tim, there's this bubble. How do you pop it, right? Like, is it going to pop? What will cause it to pop, right? And I do think that one of the interesting things is we're about to see a globe-spanning natural experiment which is as these privacy laws come into place, right? CCPA in California and the successor law that just passed, as well as kind of the rollout of things like GDPR, we will actually see, like, if you advertise without all of this behavioral targeting, is it that much different, right? And I think if it becomes clear that the emperor has no clothes, that's a pretty powerful dynamic that might potentially impact the sort of popping of the bubble.
Are we sort of seeing previews of the bubble popping, and we look at how a lot of digital publishers the past 2 or 3 years have really run into serious sort of advertising revenue troubles?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, again, one of the skeptical things that I hear from some people is like, okay, so why should I care, Tim? Right? Like, are you just talking about Mark Zuckerberg having $1 billion less dollars? Right? He's not even going to feel it. Right? That's like how much he has under his couch. And so, like, but the answer is no, right? Because you forget that the programmatic advertising ecosystem is not just about the big platforms, right? It is the ecosystem that is funding many smaller media companies right now. And I think if you want to know what a sustained downturn in the programmatic ad markets would look like, you just have to look around in the sort of ad markets of the 2020s, right? Which is basically that the kind of ecosystem we've set up has created such an impoverished situation that it turns out that even big companies like, I don't know, like Vice, right, can't even survive like a month or two of downturn. So what that suggests to me is that if it's really a structural problem, right, the human cost of this could really be quite significant, and it impacts people more than just kind of engineers making $250,000, in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Vice, because it sort of brings to mind just sort of a more meta basically what the real topic of this conversation is: how much do we know about anybody, which is sort of what the key is, sort of advertising.
Sure.
Which, if you look at Vice's story that they were sort of telling sort of during venture story time, it was, hey, we understand Gen X and millennial people, we could market to them better, we have our agency, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Doesn't prove to be true given the nature of their business model. Companies overvalued. That's where that sort of ends. Is it really possible in the internet era to really know anything? That's what I'm just sort of wondering, right? If we sort of, at a key sort of level, if we're engaged with these narratives, like, do we actually ever, can we know anything? Are we basically just sort of Don Draper with like a better sort of like tech setup? Like, how do you sort of think about this? Polling too. We had the polling disaster during the election. This isn't a strong, period for empiricism.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, I do think that like, particularly in the ad space, right? I would be more comfortable in a world where sort of digital advertisers are like, yep, it's garbage, but you know what? It's just as garbage as everything else, right? And like, that's kind of a world I could live in if we were sort of like honest about like the kind of state of these technologies. I think actually the fact that there has been this big hype cycle around digital advertising has created a bunch of distortions in the marketplace, right? And again, to go back to the researcher I was just talking about, like, I do think it's possible to know things. I think the irony is just that, like, it may be too expensive and more than we care to do the work on to actually know things, right? And so that requires us either, now we're getting into the realm of sociology, right? Which is like, as a society, are we going to put in the work to actually figure some of these things out? Or are we just comfortable with like circulating the same garbage that we've always circulated?
Yeah, so sort of in the Wired review of your book, it sort of opens with the conventional wisdom is that tech companies, tech platforms, et cetera, have all this data, insert surveillance, capitalism reference, all those sort of dynamics. To what degree do you think the conversation about data and people, how much is that skewed by the research that you're sort of like looking into? Sort of, is this like, how does that impact the way we sort of tell that narrative in our heads?
Totally, yeah. So I think the book ends up being actually interestingly sort of a double-edged blade, right? Again, like the hope of the book is to annoy as many people as possible. And I think it annoys people who are sort of what I would call sort of ad tech hawks, right? Who are basically like, no, we really can predict people and we really can deliver you a message that is just sublime and you will just do whatever we want to, right? That effectively Facebook has a mind control ray, right? Now, what's interesting is that that's a narrative that's both adopted by the sort of tech optimists, but it's also a narrative that's adopted by the tech pessimists, right? And I think there's a very real critique, which is that people who are tech critics often tend to just like adopt the claims of industry and if anything, amplify the claims of industry because they're willing to say things like, yeah, we need to regulate Facebook because Mark Zuckerberg has a mind control ray, right? And I do think that we need to come up with an account to critique these companies that doesn't rely on their own marketing claims. And I think this is very much the case in what you're talking about, right? Which is that essentially, like, if we have built this huge surveillance infrastructure, the reason we should object to it is more than simply that, like, it gives companies behavioral control over our lives, right? Because the evidence for that is extremely thin. We should base it around, I don't know, like the dangers of aggregating large amounts of data like this. And I think that's a much more robust way to kind of build these types of critiques. So I really am in favor of kind of like getting away from some of the more, I guess like breathless claims, even on the kind of critical side of this debate.
So angry ad tech bros aside, what's sort of been the sort of broad ecosystem response to your sort of thought? Have you had any sort of interesting pushback, interesting dynamics you didn't really sort of take into account? How have you sort of been thinking about that?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm getting all sorts of fascinating stories, and I think I'm also getting policy interest, right? So the fascinating stories are like increasingly there's people who have gotten in touch kind of like privately on back channel, being like, oh yeah, I was at unnamed large tech company from this year to this year. And like we ran a study internally, right? And like when it got to a certain point, we were kind of told that we shouldn't look into this anymore, right? Or like I used to work at a marketing agency and mostly my job was cooking the books so our campaigns could always look effective. And so there's a project I'm working on now called Ad Leaker, which is basically a secure signal line whereby whistleblowers can drop information to me. Because I do think that there's a lot of incredible stories that are just kind of leaking below the surface that I think like are lurking below the surface. Yeah, Freudian slip. That I think should find their way out to the world, right? I think the second one is increasingly, right, like, if we make it past January, right, there's a big question about everybody wanting to do something about the tech companies. But I think in DC, there's like still a very deep kind of vacuum as to what that thing is. And, thankfully, I'm starting to hear from people who are like, oh, yeah, could these things be built out into a kind of policy proposal, right, that we could actually pursue in a real way? And so I'm also excited to see that as well, because I think there's probably going to be a battle royale that gets figured out as various policy proposals debate to be like the thing that we should apply to these big tech companies. And so I think it's a good opportunity for us to reconsider, ads, which are so kind of critical and central to all this.
Of course. So I think part of that reconsideration, because I think a central sort of feature of this conversation is the role that narratives sort of play in this. What is sort of your narrative for a better version of the web that isn't sort of based upon this bubble and is sort of at a more practical level isn't based upon fraud, I guess, if people are buying your argument.
Yeah, could we just not base our house on a stack of lies? You know? I'm not an ad hoc, right? Where it's basically, there's some people that you talk to who are like, I just don't think there should be ads on the internet, right? And I just don't think that's realistic. And I think it overlooks a lot of the social gains that you get from things like ads, right? Like we have to admit that there are services that are a lot more accessible than they would otherwise be because they run an ad ecosystem. I think the real debate is, do we believe in an internet that's largely based on a monoculture business model of ads? Like, do we want the largest companies that influence our experience of the internet to be based on this single business model, right? My answer humbly that I would submit is no. Like, I would love to see an internet that has a more diverse set of business models. And I think in many cases, the dominance of ads has actually sort of smothered out other experiments in the space. So, one of the things I hope for is just like, could we build a kind of more robust internet that's based on many ways of making money, not just this one huge system that we've created?
Oh, yeah. So what are some of those experiments?
Yeah, definitely. So again, I'm not going to blow your mind, right? Like I'm definitely not one of those people which is like,
in 5 minutes, blow my mind.
Yeah, it's all going to be about micropayments on the blockchain. Like that's garbage, right? Like that's not going to scale in the way that we need it to be, right? But I think I think things like subscriptions, right? Like I think it's useful. I think those types of models should scale, right? And I do think that that is something that should be pursued. I also think there's a lot to be done, I think, in terms of not just the business model of the company, but also how the company itself is governed, right? So I'm really excited, right, in this like kind of COVID era where people are unfortunately kind of forced to experiment with new things, right? That we're seeing things like co-ops, right? Like we're seeing like defector type models come out. And I think that sort of stuff is exciting and really interesting to me.
Yeah, thanks for bringing up the sort of ad-based or subscription part, because when people are sort of ad hocs, to use your language, I think they forget the fact that they could critique the ads themselves in that sort of system, but that system is a subsidy. So for example, that subsidy means people get free information, which in many ways can be clickbaiting, can be sort of bad, but at a key sort of level, a world where everyone has to pay to subscribe to a news source isn't necessarily a good one, especially given the fact that there tend to be bigger players, New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, who could get that more. So how do you just think about that sort of conundrum when it comes to sort of different models?
Yeah, so maybe two thoughts here that might be useful. I do think that in some ways this is the great sort of ethical conundrum, right, of the internet. And I do think that like the battle between ads and subscriptions is kind of where it's at, right? Like either you have other people pay for it or you pay for it, right? And I do think that like the question of equity is a really big one, right? And so the way I kind of frame up this issue is that in some ways ads have allowed us to kick the can down the road for way too long on the internet. Right? Because we really haven't had to wrestle with the question of access because it's all free to the consumer, right? And I kind of wish that we had a world that was more based on subscriptions, because we would suddenly have to confront the very tricky question of, okay, do we want to subsidize access to some of these services? Like as a public good, do we want to mandate that some of these services should be offered for free, right? Like I do think that like kind of come to Jesus moment is something that we may actually need because, right, suddenly we have to confront the hard question of like, okay, is a search engine as important as having electricity to your home, right?
Yeah.
And okay, if you're okay with that, right? Like, is social media so critical that it's like electricity to your home, right? And like, if we're okay with that, like, how about like a new social media company like TikTok? Like, is that big? You know? And so I do think that like it's allowed us to kind of push off some of these questions. But I do think that we should be confronting those questions sooner rather than later, even if ads remain robust, just because I think like it's relevant for so many other challenges and discussions that we're having on the internet.
Yeah, just sort of the last bit here. I like your framing of the conundrum around equity and kicking the can down the road, because that brings it back to the subprime mortgage crisis issue, which is that, hey, home ownership is largely a good thing from a sociological perspective. I think the idea of an ownership society, the idea of expanding access, especially given like longer histories, is a largely good one. It's when that is then bundled into terrible toxic aspects and those things, and then the economy blows up, you get sort of a problem. So I think you sort of nicely tied that together well with how the conversation sort of went there too.
And I think it's like a little bit like, I always joke, it's like that scene in Indiana Jones where you got to like swap out the idol for something else, right? Yeah. Because like the problem is the ad ecosystem is like, has been so good at making so much money in such a short period of time. It's very hard to think about what is like weighs the equal amount that we can kind of easily switch in, right? And again, now it just becomes a question of trade-off and values, right? Like, are you okay with a smaller internet, right, that grows less slowly in order to preserve certain types of values? But again, I think like we should be having that debate, right? Because I think that's really where the meat of this is.
That's really helpful. So Tim, where can people find you? Obviously, they should find your book, but any last details you want to add?
Sure. I'm posting all sorts of garbage on Twitter all the time. So if you like stuff I've said, I'm at Tim Hwang, TimHwang on Twitter, and also you can find me on my website if you want to get in touch over email.
Great. Well, so Tim, thank you so much for enjoying the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Marshall. Take care.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we are fortunate to have two great journalists and experts to talk about what is a journalism exit. First, we have Sarah Beth. She is the CEO of the American Journalism Project, which is a new venture philanthropy organization dedicated to local news. Previously, Sarah Beth was the global head of public affairs at Teach for All, a network of social enterprise. Sarah Beth had also spent 7 years in China, where she led fundraising and recruitment at Teach for America. And we also have Marcus Broccoli. He's the co-founder of North Base Media, an investment firm specialized in media and technology investment in global growth markets. He served as an advisor to many media groups and previously was the executive editor of the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal. And I'm Paul Chun with the Knight Foundation. I'll be your guest host today. Before we jump into the topic, Marcus, you were watching the previous panel with Team Wang where they were talking about advertising. What was some of your reaction to that panel?
I thought Tim's observations were extremely astute, particularly the advertising to deliver for its clients, and a risk that failure as the awareness grows that targeted digital advertising, programmatic advertising doesn't actually do all it promises, the risk that advertisers will defect from those platforms, and what the decline in revenues that result from that may mean for media publishers could be quite significant. Now, I actually think what will happen is advertisers are always looking to connect with audiences. They want to connect credibly with audiences. They want to reach the right audiences. And if the technology solutions, the pure tech solutions, don't accomplish that for them, they will find other solutions. And I think we see, even in the companies that we work with, there are a lot of advertisers who they will pay extra to know that they're getting something either of quality, or that they're in a brand safe environment, or that they're reaching somebody they really want to reach, even if the audience may not be so large, and even if the experience of placing the advertisements might not be as easy as it is on some platform built by Facebook or Google.
So jumping right into the thick of things in terms of business revenue for journalism, Sarah Beth and Marcus, as investor, is advertising your only revenue source, or is it still the predominant revenue source for the companies that you're investing in? Sarah Beth?
I mean, I can just kick off and say decidedly not. In fact, the newsrooms that we're investing in, we're very the business model of nonprofit news. We believe that the vast majority of local news is going to be best served through a nonprofit model. And that means that advertising really is a very small portion of their revenue model. In fact, the large majority of their revenue model is focused on building a community of support, investing philanthropists in the mission, getting philanthropists and reader revenue, yes, using advertising, corporate sponsorship as well, but not relying on that specifically.
Yeah, just to go back to what Tim was saying a minute ago, Tim made the excellent observation that advertising is not going to be the only revenue source for media. The nonprofit approach for local media that Sarah Beth is describing and pushing is likely to be an extremely widespread model for a lot of smaller publishers. You know, that you can get community support to justify having community information, and it may not, the advertising model, which was, the traditional model of local newspapers, they got a little bit of subscription revenue and they got a lot of advertising revenue. That model is not the only model going forward. I used to spend a lot of time going to journalism conferences around the world, and the question people would always ask as the digital revolution began to sweep traditional publishers aside was, what's the new model? And the expectation among people in journalism used to always be, there's got to be another model like our old model. And the old model, which we all know was a pretty fantastic model, was the monopoly model. You basically own your town, or you own your market, and you sell subscriptions and aggregate a big audience, and then you sell advertising against that audience. And if advertisers want to reach the audience, they have to use your platform. When I came to the Washington Post as editor in 2008, and at that time I made a joke, which was only half joke, that the Washington Post strategy was answer the phone, because they were a monopoly paper, and advertisers who wanted to reach the audience had to call the Washington Post. And obviously that changed dramatically, and the Washington Post has changed dramatically, and for the good. But it was the tradition of publishing. Today, I think subscriptions, not subscriptions in the old way, which is where subscriptions were used, to get people anchored into a publication, to charge them basically the cost of throwing the newspaper on the lawn, but subscriptions today to cover the cost of production of the content. And there's going to be e-commerce, there's going to be events, there's going to be all kinds of other revenue streams for publishers. And some of their model, a nonprofit model, that Sarah Beth is talking about, but even the nonprofit model, there'll be revenue streams. Publishers are going to look for ways of creating revenue to support their businesses.
And Sarah Beth, we talk about the nonprofit model. Like, what is the nonprofit model, and how is that different? Yeah. And I'd love to hear from Marcus. It sounds to me like, what is the contrast between nonprofit model and the new for-profit model for digital upstart? Like, they sound to me very similar, right? Subscriptions.
Yeah. Well, let me pull back for a second and just set the table. Over the past 15 years, we've seen this sharp decline in the newspaper industry, one that we're all very familiar with. We know that 1,800 communities across our country in 2004 had a newspaper. Now, as of the beginning of 2020, they do not have that newspaper. And I think from far away, it can look a lot like an industry disruption that we're all very familiar with, the Blockbuster of news. We used to have 9,000 Blockbuster stores. We no longer do. That's bad for Blockbuster. It has not really mattered for us as consumers because, frankly, the technology is much better now. But the decline of newspapers, and the reason why Marcus and I are obsessed with this problem, is not because of some nostalgia for the paperboy route. This is because we know that the decline of newspapers has meant the decline of original reporting. And that is essential to our democracy. And we have also seen over the last decade and a half the very clear and very measurable impacts that has had on our society and our political culture. We know that when a newspaper goes away, voter participation drops. We know that civic engagement drops. We know that government waste increases. We know that voter patterns become more polarized. The polarization in our country can be partly attributed to the lack of newspapers and original reporting in communities. So then that leads us to say, okay, for a long time, we have relied on a market transaction, the transaction of ad revenue, to support what is fundamentally a public good, something that is enshrined in our First Amendment to the Bill of Rights as an essential ingredient to our democracy. That market has failed, and yet we know that this is really essential. So now the question is, okay, how do we finance and sustain an informed electorate? And that brings us to saying, okay, rather than trying to grasp at what we've always relied on, which is a separate market transaction to support local news, right? In the case of the advertising model, we were selling ads and then using that to put some of that money into original reporting. Now we're saying, let's create a business model that actually aligns the impact of the organization and the revenue model, which is to say, let's recognize that we need to step up as community members, as philanthropists, and support this part of our democracy. And so the nonprofit business model is essentially an alignment of the revenue model and the mission of these organizations. There are lots of examples of these that are really thriving. I'll point to a few. The Texas Tribune, which many people in this industry know really well and really, I think, pioneered this model, but we're seeing this expanding across the country. They have a business model that is a philanthropic first business model. 50% of their revenue comes from major gifts and foundations. They've also figured out earned revenue. So Marcus just referenced events. They run an awesome event that raises a lot of money every year. They have figured out how to tap into corporate sponsorships. And they are using reader revenue. People are saying, I want this, I'm gonna pay some small dollars because I recognize it's important and I appreciate the product. And we're seeing that model, which the actual ingredients of it look different community by community, but the basic idea, which is that we're gonna build institutions that have civic value to communities, and then we're gonna build a revenue stream that is grounded in that. We're gonna bring a community of supporters in to support this product that really matters. So that is the distinguishing model that we're really, really excited about, and we think there's a lot of potential.
Marcus, what about you? I mean, you invest in mostly for-profit. How is that different?
Well, let me explain. Actually, our media focus is primarily outside of the US. We're investors in media in growth markets, places where people have just been getting access to mobile phones and broadband data over the last several years, and where consumption of traditional media wasn't particularly deep. So as people get access to a phone, they get this device and they're like, what's out there? And we try to work with entrepreneurs to build interesting, useful, high quality information products. It can be news, it can be sports, it can be business information, it can be even some entertainment for this new generation of people, this large new generation of people who are just coming online and who have no brand loyalties to traditional media. So it's a very different kind of environment that it is in the US, because in the US, this is a saturated market, and every new media company that comes along has to take eyeballs and mind share away from somebody who's already out there, because people's media day is full. Whether they're looking on their phone or listening to the radio or watching TV, their day is jam-packed. And so newcomers have to take it, whereas we're in markets where you're building something for an audience that, like, it's brand new, they're delighted to have access to the content. We're also, as you say, we're in venture capital, so we try to get good financial returns. Most of our investors are actual media companies themselves who are looking for sort of early radar. There's on what trends are emerging in other places. I think there's an awareness that genius is pretty evenly distributed in the human population, and thanks to digital technologies, good ideas can come from anywhere. And we've seen it. Sarah Beth and I both lived in China. We've seen the dramatic explosion in digital media in China, new platforms, new ways of consuming content. The most valuable media news company in the world right now is Toutiao in China, which is a algorithmically driven headline service that's owned by the same people who own TikTok, by the way. And that idea and that way of approaching news, we've taken a similar approach to one of our companies in India. That's a different marketplace than here. In the US, we're facing a very different set of challenges. I mean, in the US, we're a saturated media market where digital media has successfully both taken away audience and profoundly disintermediated advertising, which is the main source of revenue for publishers. So a lot of publishers don't have that revenue stream. And as Sarah Beth just said, there's been a lot of failure. I look at, when I look at investing in media, I think you asked us early when we were preparing for this to think about what the ROI is when we invest in media. And as you can tell, since Sarah Beth's taking a nonprofit approach, her ROI is not necessarily that, she's going to make a lot of money, buy a big house in the Hamptons. Our ROI, I think, in media investment generally has to be to support quality media, at least one aspect of our success. Because, and I know I'm preaching to the converted here, but information is the bedrock not only of our democracy, but it's also the bedrock of our global economy. And bad information leads to bad decisions, poor governance, economic failure. Misinformation and disinformation are cancers on liberal democracy and free markets. And these are profoundly important issues, and getting it right matters. It's not as simple, by the way, as just finding a model that, if we support media and we want to produce media, it will work. We actually have to keep audiences engaged. There are many things that could attract audiences away from journalism and media. So the challenge is not so simple as just like figuring out, can we get revenue in, or can we get financial or philanthropic support for a media company? It's how do we get audiences to care about the things they used to care about? Because once they're on their phone, their choice of whether to consume content, consume a story about, a school board decision, or, go play Animal Crossing, or just get on TikTok and watch videos of people dancing, is the choice that we have to help inform and shape through our quality.
So as you guys are sort of investor of these companies, again, we talk about the tangible ROI. How do you translate that mission into very concrete actions or metrics that you could hold these companies by, right? So what is that flywheel you're building so that they could get the momentum they need to succeed? Sarah Beth, perhaps. Yeah.
So we're very focused on the output that these organizations are having on their communities. I mentioned before the fact that when a newspaper goes away, we see all these really dire and concrete negative outcomes on our communities. And so we need to start rebuilding that infrastructure to start to reverse the cycle. And frankly, I feel coming out of this election cycle, we've seen so clearly the extraordinarily stark divisions in our country. And we know that having information about what's happening in our communities is one of the things that really could play a role in weaving our communities back together. So as we've been thinking about the return on investment for us is undoubtedly very, very hard to measure. Because it is very hard to say what would have, when the fact that we know that government waste increases when local news goes away, it is very hard to say, okay, because that reporter was at that city hall meeting, we now know that they are now being more transparent and they are now being more accountable. No one is winning a Pulitzer Prize for showing up at the city hall meeting every day. And yet we know that that has a positive output. So what we've been focusing on, our ROI, is focusing on really helping these organizations build the revenue structure to fund the newsroom. So we're working on an assumption that we know that this is of value to communities. We see examples of that, the immediate impact that these organizations can have. I'll give you one example. One of our grantees, Wendy Thomas, MLK 50 in Memphis, Tennessee, she did extraordinary reporting on the really predatory practices of the hospital systems in Memphis, Tennessee, that were collecting debt from poor people. That reporting led to millions of dollars of debt being returned to poor people. And so we know that there is a impact on communities. And so where we are focusing our return on investment is on supporting these organizations to bring in more revenue. So we're specifically focused on investing on the business side of these organizations that allow them to hire development staff, hire marketing staff, and that in turn allows them to bring in more revenue. So we're specifically holding ourselves accountable for these organizations getting 2 to 3x the return on investment that we make. So that's how we've been thinking about the ROI. I do think there's a lot of really interesting work going on about how to measure the impact of journalism. And I think that journalism needs to get a lot better at telling their story of impact. Journalists are very, very good at telling other people's stories. They are not very good at telling their own stories of impact. And I think there is a lot of work to do to really help communities understand why the loss of journalism in their communities is not just bad for the journalists, but bad for them. So that's how we have been thinking about the flywheel. The flywheel is ultimately an investment on the strength of our communities.
Marcus, what about you?
So, as I said, we're venture investors, so we actually do have to return capital to our investors at some point, and they want to see good returns, and we think we can produce competitive returns by supporting media. And it's not all journalism, just to be clear. And we also invest in technologies that allow companies to engage audiences better, monetize differently, and generally perform better. But I do think that the way we need to judge media and journalism is in terms of impact. I mean, as a society, I'm not speaking now as an investor. I think journalism does play a vital role, and there's been a lot of technology has been terribly damaging to journalism for a whole lot of reasons. Most of which are unplanned and accidental, but nevertheless real. I mean, in terms of the delegitimization of media, which is something that we have to begin to correct, and Sarah Beth talked about the narrative that journalists need to tell about themselves. First technology made it seem like really easy, and people began to think, oh, how hard is journalism? I can on Facebook, my friends see it. I'm conducting a kind of journalism. It starts to seem like it's not a complicated thing that journalism does. Second thing it does is it makes it really easy to build content that looks like journalism. So people for the inbox right now, CNN's newsletter, and you sort of say, well, why should I believe this one and not that one? They look the same, they have the same appearance. And then, of course, we all know the algorithms at the big social media platforms very quickly people into these eddies of self-reinforcing common interests, and they no longer have access, they no longer see information that differs from what they think. And of course, finally, and probably most outrageously, the tech companies, which bear a great responsibility for their actions, but as much as possible to avoid it, they monetize people redistributing false information, misinformation, disinformation, and the undermining of journalism. So we as journalists, I think we have a very large burden on us to establish to people that we actually do create content of value. Now, there's clearly evidence that people think that. You look at the growth in subscription revenue at the New York Times or the Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, all the big platforms. People are recognizing they do value the quality of information those providers are giving. And I think subscriptions, even in local papers, have been growing quite healthily, especially since COVID. People are recognizing that they do need the information that these companies provide. The question and the challenge for us goes back to what I said before: how do we get them to engage and feel like it's important enough for them to subscribe? And I think local media in the U.S., and I'm, as I say, we invest primarily outside the U.S., but there's going to be a lot that's supported by nonprofit, not only through groups like Sarah Beth's, but also, local public radio, which is a huge driver of good journalism in this country. And there's going to be companies that are supported by advertising and subscription, and there's going to be an emergence of all kinds of new ways of generating revenue. And I think local marketplaces, local newspapers really control their market. They know their audiences. They know the people in those communities. Can they start building out commerce platforms that make sense? So I think there's a lot of experimentation taking place now.
And Marcus, you sort of talk about the bad that the technology sort of had bring, but at the same time, technology had also lowered the cost of production for a media company, because all these media companies that Sarah Beth, that you guys are investing, would never be able to establish themselves without the benefit of technology. So do you think, like, in terms of like the good versus bad, like how much is the good being harnessed, right? Because I think there's this narrative about just all the bad, and especially, pointing to the big platform player. But, there's also a lot of great things that technology had enabled, especially for this group of audience who are primarily, investors, technology, and policymaker. Sort of like, what would be your message to them? Like, what is their role in making sure, they could, contribute to this journalism flywheel?
I mean, we've been thinking a lot about this, because at the height of the local news industry, this was a $60 billion industry. And as we look at what we're trying to recreate, as we build back the local news across the country, we don't think we need to get even close to that big of an industry. And the reason is because while technology has completely disrupted this industry, upended this industry, and where we are right now, it also has made it much, much, much less expensive to deliver to build these organizations, which means that, first of all, a lot of the role that local newspapers played is not necessary anymore. So, at the height of local journalism, when they were covering restaurant reviews and movie reviews, frankly, that's covered. We got that. Technology did a fabulous job of reimagining that business model. But the civic reporting, the original reporting on our civic institutions, technology has not disrupted that. So we have made it much less expensive to build back this industry, which I think is really heartening. We think that we need to build back a $2 billion annual industry across the country. $2 billion is not that much. We spend $1.5 billion a year on performing arts philanthropy. So we can do this. Like, we can build this back across the country. The other thing is that to get these websites up and running, it's a lot cheaper than getting a printing press, the trucks, of course. I mean, so there's a lot of aspects that technology has made this really, really promising to imagine being able to very, very quickly build back a industry of nonprofit newsrooms across the country. But of course, it also has disrupted the industry so dramatically that we are currently in this space where we are really struggling to keep our communities in.
Sarah, something you touch upon in terms of, technology, sort of had, like, we don't need restaurant review, but we still need sort of coverage of civic institution. There comes a, when we think about media, we think about sort of its scale and its enormity, right? Like a newspaper, like both local and national. Do you think the future of media, are we trying to replicate the same kind of size, or are we thinking about, or do you see the future of a healthy local journalism ecosystem equate to sort of your local coffee shop and your local restaurants? Like, do you ever see them being run like a small business versus sort of like, again, like people's perception of like the news, right? Like the news is like, we think about like when we turn on the TV or radio, like what is the news of the future? Is it more mom and pop, or is it sort of like back in the days where you have these major regional players?
I think the answer is probably somewhere in between. I mean, we need to start building up much more highly professional organizations that are scalable. We have to start seeing some economies of scale. I don't believe that we are going to build back a $2 billion industry across this country with tiny, tiny organizations, recreating, finance operations, HR operations, fundraising operations over and over and over and over again. I don't think it's it is a efficient way to build back the news gathering infrastructure that we need. So I think we are going to start seeing nonprofit organizations that are strong, that are scalable, that are sharing resources, that are expanding. And those won't be tiny, quote, mom and pop organizations. We'll be looking to other industries like education, like public service industries that have created really highly professional, multi-million-dollar nonprofits. That I think is the direction that we need to start seeing. And I think there is a lot of talent out there that is starting to build those.
Marcus, do you agree?
Mostly. I agree entirely that media is not going to look as big. It's not going to be as big as it used to be. I mean, part of the reason media, the dollar size of media was so large is because media companies were monopolies, and they charged large amounts of money to their advertisers, and subscribers had nowhere else to go for information. And they also had huge, big, heavy industry kind of, back ends. If you're a newspaper and you were publishing, when I was running the Wall Street Journal, you will remember, Paul, because you were there, we had 17 printing plants across the country printing the Wall Street Journal every day so we could deliver it to every doorstep that wanted it in America every morning by 7 a.m. Huge costs. And, the advertising supported that. And because they were the only game in town for big business information, very profitable for many, many years. I think, technology does actually, the positive side of technology, I'm quick sometimes to be negative on it, but the positive side, as you've said, is it makes it easier to do high quality journalism, distribute that journalism quickly to lots of people. And it makes it much lower cost to operate a media company. And so I don't think that we're going to see, the rebuilding of this giant enterprise. I think actually media companies of the future will tend to be a collection of smaller brands that aggregate into something that generates a meaningful amount of revenue and profit, rather than individual brands. I think it's a strategic mistake for a lot of media companies continue to make, to think that they're one brand, they have to hang everything off their one brand. Because the reality is, in the digital world, which is very, the logic of the digital universe is to deliver content in vertical ways to specific audiences. And so you build up different verticals and they add up to something that's larger, rather than trying to make one brand fit all these different verticals, because it becomes sort of incomprehensible at some point for consumers.
And I know we spent a lot of conversation around newspaper, because I think newspaper traditionally serve as sort of like the anchor more of your local information ecosystem. Do we need an anchoring institution right now? And if we don't, do we see public media and your local television taking place of that anchoring?
So I would argue that the reason why we're talking about newspapers so much is that even in their very meager state right now, they still provide the vast majority of original reporting. So while public radio and broadcast TV is doing good and important, vital work, it's really minutes on the hour of the kind of shoe leather reporting, making phone calls, showing up, asking questions. And that has been the service that newspapers have provided. So it is not so much that we need to be building back newspapers online. In fact, I don't think that is what we need to be doing. We need to be delivering content in a way that communities receive content, whether by text or by WhatsApp or in visual form or videos. And we're seeing a lot of innovation around that. What we need to be doing is funding organizations that are prioritizing original reporting.
Yeah, and that's right. I don't think there has to be newspapers in every community, and we should there is a very big nostalgia factor in a lot of the commentary around the decline of journalism and media. I mean, I recognize the loss of journalists in the country. I see large numbers of people who once were covering their communities, but there was a huge amount of redundancy in a lot of people who are covering the same things, and you don't need, if you, back when they had White House press conferences, either because of COVID or because of the current president, you would see 50 people all crowded into the room, and the thing would be live streamed, and everybody would be in there, and half of them never ask a question, and it raised, kind of the obvious question: do you really need everybody there? But that sort of redundancy existed in media across the country in various forms in various markets. So the shrinking of the newspaper industry in terms of the number of people is not totally unexpected. That's what digital technologies do to every industry. They rationalize, and it's painful for any industry. But I think what we're talking about now is rebuilding that industry doesn't necessarily mean rebuilding people in the same kinds of jobs doing the same kinds of things. I think it should look different. You don't necessarily have to have reporters covering the same things they covered before. The reason they were structured the way they were structured is because they were monopoly businesses. They made a lot of money, and they could afford to have one person doing everything they wanted to do. Many of those jobs, as Sarah Beth said before, are not necessary. The civic responsibility side is critical. One other point on this, you asked about, we keep mentioning public radio, public television. Public radio in many markets has built up very strong newsrooms. In Chicago, when Goli Sheikh al-Islami was running WBEZ, built up a very significant newsroom. At the same time, the big papers there were struggling with their economic troubles. I think there should be changes. I think that the Congress and the FCC should make sure it's possible for radio stations, television stations, and newspapers locally to operate combined newsrooms, because it's not that every community needs 5 different newsrooms. They actually need one strong newsroom covering the community. And I'm not thinking of it from an economic point of view. This is a monopoly again. We recreated the monopoly. I'm thinking of it from the point of view of really serving the community from an information point of view.
Yeah, that resonates. I mean, one of the things that the paper of record did have going for it, one of the many things it had going for it, was the sense of responsibility. Just saying, look, I know that it's not the sexiest thing in the world to show up to that school board meeting, but we're going to do it because we're the paper of record and we've got to do it. And we do need these institutions to have that sense of responsibility for just covering the community. And so we need to start seeing, this can't be so diffuse that we don't have that sense of responsibility.
And Sarah Beth, Tal from the audience had raised a question that, his main concern is whether nonprofit model is sustainable given the serious recession, right? Because you saw talk about nonprofit, philanthropy having a role in it. What happened if philanthropy basically say, you know what, this is, markets for you in terms of for-profit is, why should anyone, whether it's philanthropy or invest in journalism right now?
Yeah. Well, so first I'll say, COVID-19 has rapidly accelerated the decline of commercial news for the exact same dynamic that this question asker is asking about, which is that advertising dollars have dried up. So it is not that the commercial model is not more secure. What we've seen actually is that nonprofits have been able to weather this recession so far quite well. Why? Because they have diversified revenue. You don't just have, sure, one donor may have to pull out, a few donors may pull out, but then others will lean in. And we saw this. I mean, the Texas Tribune, for instance, which I mentioned earlier, they have weathered this incredibly well because of that revenue pie that is really diverse. Meaning, their event went online, but philanthropists leaned in, recognizing that, okay, we know this is really important. We're gonna give more this year. You need to create a resilient and diversified set of revenue, which means many donors, not just one. Many, expand your memberships and have many members, some of which will pull out right now and some of which will not. So I think what we're finding is that as these organizations are really thinking thoughtfully about how to bring in as many lines of revenue as possible, they're actually finding themselves much more resilient during this time. than we saw from a model that relied on 80%, ad revenue.
And, again, we sort of go back and forth like the business model. And I just want to make it very clear, and I want you guys to make it very clear, is there one model? Or are you seeing that there could be 50 different models? Like how many sort of how are you, because I think we just love, especially for tech, like we know what that successful exit is, right? You get an IPO, you get bought out, right? Like, is it fair to compare sort of, the journalism exit to the tech exit or to traditional business exit?
Look, I think the businesses, the local journalism businesses in this country are going to take many different approaches. Some will be supported through nonprofit models. Some will figure out a subscription model that works for their community and maybe be newsletter driven. You may have seen recently Axios announced they're going to start doing local newsletters. David Plotz, the brilliant former editor of Slate, has recently announced that he's starting something called CityCast, which is going to be doing podcasts and newsletters in communities. There's a lot of opportunity for innovation in these communities. I don't think everything has to go to an IPO. I don't think, just a bit of interesting history, newspaper companies were the tech companies of their time. When they went public in the 1960s and 1970s, they were these megaliths. They made the city of Washington has still got people wandering around on their walkers who were Washington Post because they worked for the Grant family with the company public. And when I started working for the New York Times as a copy boy in 1982, a while ago, the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, the Washington Post Company, Times Mirror, Chicago Tribune Company, they were all in the Fortune 500. They were all probably in the Fortune 200. They're big companies, big and successful. I don't think that that's necessarily the path anymore. The path is a path towards viability. So should people be investing in local media companies? It depends. Maybe if you're in the right size community, it might be a path to being significantly profitable. I'm not sure that they all lead to IPOs. I don't think that the newspaper chains in the last 10 years, I think they all kind of wish they hadn't had such big appetites and acquired so many newspapers and acquired so much debt to acquire those newspapers. It was a bad experience for them. But is there a possibility that you could have profitable local media companies around the country? Sure, absolutely, especially in some of the bigger cities. Or maybe you can, pull together a string of small newspapers or magazines in different communities. But I don't think it would be smart to think about local media as anything like sort of technology companies in terms of how they generate revenue. They're not businesses that scale in the same way. They add revenue when they add customers, and it's a lot more like operating Walmart at small scale than it is like operating Google.
And Sarah Beth, yeah.
I would, as we come out of this election where our country spent twice what we've ever spent on a presidential election, $14 billion on the election, that is dollars that we're trying to invest in the future of our country. That election is over, and we need to be investing in just the fundamental civic institutions and play the long game on this. And so I think the investment here is really an investment in the strength of our political culture in our communities. And I think that's really a extraordinarily important investment, and one people can be making at a really large scale if they have the capacity to do that, or at a small scale to become members of their public radio and local nonprofit newsroom.
So there you have it. We are time. Thank you, Marcus and Sarah Beth, for your insight. For anyone who want to reach out to them, they are very easily, you could find them on Twitter and also on some of these social platforms. And with that, stay tuned for the next panel.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Sarah Beth.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Nadia Ekbal, who is working on writer experience at Substack, but has broadly spent time in the open source space researching, and is also deeply interested in how creators sort of perform online. She's also the new author of Working in Public, amazing cover, The Making and Maintenance of Open Source Software. Thanks for joining us, Nadia.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so let's just start with the really sort of basic part here. This is a conversation about tech news. We're focusing on creators a little bit later, but I want to sort of start with your book. And before we get into the details of the book, I want you to sort of comment on the phenomenon of sort of things like Stripe Press, which is a really interesting project for me. That's something where you have people within the tech industry telling tech stories on certain topics and not really sort of going through the intermediaries. So could you just sort of talk about that phenomenon if you have sort of any general thoughts there?
Yeah, sure. I can talk about it from my experience as an author, which is part of why I'm so excited about things like Stripe Press, going through the experience myself. If you're someone who's writing about an interesting topic and you want to write a book, there are a couple of different buckets of like paths available to you. You could go for like a more traditional publisher, sort of like the big name box bookstore kind of publishers that you might see in like the airport kind of vibe. Or in my case, I was interested in working with academic press because the work I'm doing is sort of more research based. But when I kind of went out to go and see like who I was going to work with and exploring, just like talking to publishers about like turning my work into a book, I was just like really surprised to see, I guess, that a lot of publishers just like don't really understand what is happening in tech and don't understand some of the stories that are developing in our corner of the world. A lot of it is still really influenced by what's happening in kind of more institutional version of academia. And so if you have ideas that you think are really interesting, but the people that will choose to publish your book or not are like not necessarily in tune with those ideas, or they don't necessarily understand what they're about, which I kind of felt in my case writing about open source. You end up in this situation where you're sort of like, well, I don't really know who to go to. I don't really know who will take a chance on those kinds of ideas. And so I think things like Stripe Press or other sorts of book publishers that are cropping up that can really like speak from a perspective of like deeply understanding tech and have that sort of DNA are really useful to have. It's that question of like, how do people with interesting ideas in Silicon Valley or people that are working in tech more broadly, how do they find a larger platform? And right now, a lot of people who are able to give credence to your ideas aren't necessarily the people that like understand tech. So yeah, Stripe Press is still obviously a young and new project, but I think we should be having hopefully more publishers like that who are capable of just like understanding what's interesting in tech and what is being overlooked and which stories need to be told.
Yeah, so just two quick follow-ups on that, because it's very interesting. What's a story in tech that the sort of more traditional publishers you encountered think is happening, but really isn't happening, or at least the conversation is sort of moving past? And then what's something, and I'm sure this relates to your book, that is happening that they're not aware of, right? So firstly, what do they sort of the conventional wisdom think is happening, and what's something the conventional wisdom's ignoring?
Gosh, so many things. I often think about sort of like the archetypes of people that I come across working in tech and that me and my friends will talk about in tech. And I feel like a lot of those are really missing from mainstream media. So, I mean, if you look at, stories that people tell about working in tech, it's usually one of two things. It's most typically it's about a founder who started some really big company and sold it. It's kind of like the social network kind of story. Or you might see a slightly different flavor of it of like, an early employee at a big company who was there from the early days and gives you that insider perspective. But they're all really centered around sort of like big tech or like startups that became really big companies. But like the stories I think are really interesting in tech are like not necessarily just like founders. There are many more ways to have an impact in this world. And so I often feel like stories about people, I mean, being a little biased here, but like people like myself, and I know so many others who are maybe exploring research or ideas or not necessarily in this very clean binary of like startup venture capital ecosystem, but kind of operating a little bit more in the periphery. When I think about the things that are really interesting about tech, it's not just that people can come here to start companies. That feels like a very like Silicon Valley V1 maybe to talk about. But there are people here that are just coming to like coming to tech because they're attracted to like the idea of tech and what it means, which is still this really amorphous concept, but it's a place to like come with whatever your crazy ideas are and then find other people to talk to about those. And so I feel like there are a lot of stories, just a lot of like richness and complexity around tech culture. Like I think like things like the impact of like Burning Man on tech culture is like often mocked in mainstream media, but not really understood. And things like that are, just like almost like caricaturized. And I think part of it is that the only people that really will go out and like find a platform for that in more mainstream media are people that are maybe not really deeply understanding it themselves in tech.
Yeah, so we're sort of talking about the mainstream media and these sort of conversations. How much, and it's so hard to tell like what's Twitter, what's real life, like how much of the sort of like quote unquote East Coast, West Coast beef between media and tech is sort of a very online Twitter thing where people are sort of, I think, engaging in their sort of worst impulses. How much is that sort of an online thing? How much is that a real thing as you sort of think about it?
Yeah, it's really funny. I before I joined Substack and got exposed to a much wider swath of writers and media and just like a much broader landscape, it felt like it was a really, really big thing. Like clearly tech and media are at war with each other on Twitter. And then now after kind of just like seeing the broader writer landscape, I feel like tech is, I've come to just really appreciate what a tiny slice tech is in like the greater like media world and just like conversation, what people are talking about. Some of the like drama that has sort of boiled up in the past year, I would have friends kind of asking about like, how do media people view this person or that person? I'm like, I actually don't really know that they know these people exist. And so it's just sort of a strange experience that within tech, I think we have this very, very clear understanding of like who we are and what we stand for. And it's like a very developed identity, but then you go outside of tech and most people just like have no idea what's happening in here. And it just continues to sort of boggle my mind. Like, I feel like the equivalent of that of maybe like Hollywood and the entertainment industry, like there's been a lot of cultural artifacts that have been created around that. And people like at least have some understanding of like what is like celebrity culture and what is entertainment culture. But I feel like with tech, it's still this sort of black box. People use the stuff that we create, but they don't really understand like what is going on behind the scenes. And yeah, it's like there's so much work to do, I think, in really like exposing that and like creating a narrative that I think people here can be proud of.
Yeah, so the part of your book that really relates to our conversation today is just sort of your idea that what we're seeing in the history of open source communities is actually applying to the broader internet as well. So can you just sort of just like articulate for less sort of in the know listeners, like what sort of what open source is, what the community is, and why this sort of transition from sort of the 1990s to sort of today is also being mirrored in other spaces where you have creators, whether they're writers at Substack or podcasters, are sort of having to sort of navigate these dynamics as well.
Sure. So open source software refers to this idea that you can write and publish code that anyone can freely use online. So it's sort of like the public version of code in contrast to code that is written in companies that nobody can see or use. And it's basically used for like every company, whether they're making private closed source software or not, is using open source software in their own code. So like Facebook uses open source code in their own apps. YouTube uses open source code in their own apps. Everybody is using open source. So it's sort of like this digital infrastructure that is like forming this layer across all sorts of software that we might use. And so the way that we typically think about open source and how it's built is that it's built by volunteers. When you publish your code online, anybody can submit a contribution to it. And so in that way, you can imagine like, you know, strangers and hundreds of developers around the world that are all like collaborating on the same piece of code that is then made publicly available to everyone. And early on in kind of like the early days of open source, let's say the late 1990s and the early 2000s, this was around the same time as kind of like the birth of the consumer internet. Open source became this poster child for the idea of like how the internet might foster collaboration around the world in all sorts of ways, not just in open source, because it formed this really romantic image of like people that don't necessarily know each other around the world that are like finding this piece of code and like landing upon it and like and working together despite not really knowing each other. It's the same sort of story that we have around Wikipedia and how that just like is a really, I guess, like rosy image of like how people could work together. And I think that held up for, maybe like 10, 15 years. But at some point, the internet kind of just it grew to a certain scale that doesn't really support that anymore. If you can imagine like a room full of like your friends that are, you start with maybe like 2 people and you add like 10 people and you add like 100 people. And then if you had like 1 million people in a room, it's just like, it's not the same sort of dynamic as when you had like 100 people. And so open source kind of like mirrored that transition over the years, where it used to be a little bit more of that kind of loose hobbyist kind of club feeling, where the people that were using open source were also the people contributing to it, and you had a little bit more of this like membership feel to the experience. But at this scale now, when you have like millions of people that are using your open source project, it's not really possible for everyone to just like be in the same room together and have a conversation about it. And so you end up seeing this this transition where instead of people kind of like looking at each other in the proverbial room, they start orienting towards looking at a stage, where most open source projects, even if they have like hundreds or thousands of contributors, really most of the work is being done by a very small handful of maintainers. There's, maybe like 1 or 2 people that are responsible for most of the work on the project. And so it's a very different sort of way of thinking about collaborating. It's not so much, I guess, even like collaborators, but really like a small set of maintainers that are doing this work for a much larger audience. So you can picture a little bit more of like a stadium style community, rather than the hobbyist meetup kind of club. And I think this was really mirrored in the shift that we're also seeing on the social web over the past couple of years in particular, where originally, people were not really talking to each other at all. You had these online forums that were very like disparate and disconnected. And then we had this rise of social platforms like Facebook or YouTube that brought all those communities together and made it really possible to like discover other communities that were different from your own. But it also kind of like smashed everyone together into the same room. And suddenly you're like, oh, I don't actually know that I want to be talking to this person or seeing this person. And yeah, so at some point it just sort of becomes this like chaos on Twitter, which anyone using Twitter might have experienced or felt or seen. And I think we're now seeing this like new wave emerging in the past couple of years where people are actually looking to reconnect and find that feeling of like, maybe I don't actually want to be talking to like 1 million people in a room. I want to be talking to like the 100 people that I really know or the 10 people that I really trust, which is part of why I think we've been seeing this rise of things like group chats or podcasts or newsletters, which offer a little bit more of that quiet space, but are also sort of structurally shaped in a similar way to open source projects, where you have maybe like one person at the helm who can like broadcast out in a more intimate kind of space, the way like if you're writing a newsletter, you are publishing to a wide audience, but then your interactions are mostly sort of like one-on-one with your subscribers. It's not a community in the same way that we might imagine like an internet forum.
Yeah, I think that's so interesting, especially around your delineation between the environment people are seeking with a newsletter or something like the public square you sort of see with Twitter, because it's not that these are necessarily competing against one another, because in some contexts I want to go to like a big music festival, or I want to go to Burning Man. But in other contexts, I want to go to an intimate dinner where I sort of know everyone. So it's not as if these things are directly in competition, or maybe you disagree, but it seems to me that my takeaway from your point is that the sort of take about insert like Substack replacing X or Y format or Y format competing with Substack wouldn't necessarily be true given the sort of articulation of people's desires you're giving.
Definitely. Yeah, I don't think Substack is out to kill Twitter or something like that. I think we need different types of environments for different types of things. Like you said, like sometimes I want to go to music festivals, sometimes I want to just like hang out with my friends at home. And so I really see it as more like a enriching or deepening of what the social web could be. It feels sort of like weird now to think back. They're like, oh, we only had this one type of thing, like, Facebook or something where it's like entirely public. And so like, yeah, just having different options gives us ways to sort of like move around in our digital world based on like who we're trying to reach and what we're trying to do.
Yeah. How do you think about, and I don't really know what the equivalent would be in sort of the open source software space, but how do you think about this when we think of the idea of sort of echo chambers? So like rather than sort of being in the big group of everyone sort of silos off into their own sort of, and this would be a great world for Substack, obviously, where everyone, where the whole country is divided into the sort of newsletter segments. But how do y'all sort of think about that dynamic? Because it's you're able to sort of target, but you're also not necessarily having to serve a sort of wider group of people.
Yeah, I mean, I really think this idea of some broad, internationally recognized version of truth that applies to everyone is something that we're going to look back on and say, oh, that just like didn't really make any sense. It feels like something that is very like 90s and maybe like early 2000s to me, of like there's some one true way. And I think we'll see that sort of play out as well in our social spaces where, yeah, I mean, like you can't really have like one newspaper that is just like the truth or like pure objective answer to everything. Like I think one of the effects of bringing everyone together on the internet a little bit more is realizing, oh, there are a lot of different versions of truth. And so as a reader or as a consumer, I'm actually just like looking for the things that are most relevant to my interests and my perspective. And it creates a new set of issues and questions of like, how do we also prevent everyone from like permanently living in their own silos, and then we're like no one can really coordinate or work together because we're all operating on completely different sets of truths. But I think like we kind of have to start from this point of it's not really possible to serve one answer that will make everyone happy in the world. And I think like even attempts to say to show like, I mean, showing people a viewpoint that is like extremely polar opposite from their own is like really only going to like enforce tribalism and enforce their own identity rather than helping them like see the other side. Like I think there's a little bit of this like rosiness around the idea that, oh, if only you're exposed to someone completely different with completely different views from your own, like you'll like change your perspective. But I think there's probably a lot more nuance that needs to happen there. Like there aren't just like two sides to any issue. I feel like that's a very like flattening way to look at the world. There's probably like 200 different ways to look at the same issue. And like, how do you help readers find the ones that resonate with them? So yeah, I mean, I think we're just sort of in this era now where we're kind of flipping the script to say, like, I'm not, as the provider of media or information, like, it's not my job to serve you with like the one answer, but to instead find communities that are who are really going to like resonate with what I'm saying. And so I think like one of the things that I'm really excited about at Substack is like flipping the script and having it be about like readers taking control and taking back taking back control over their own media diets and deciding like, here's the stuff that I want to see, and I can actually choose to subscribe to the things that I want to read more of.
Totally. So on the Substack topic, could you sort of just explain your role, what it is that you sort of do, how you sort of approach things?
Yeah, so I focus on our writer experience at Substack. It's a mix of, well, it's broadly understanding like what does a writer journey look like, whether you're someone who's just starting a newsletter for the first time and growing your first list of subscribers, all the way to people that are going independent and launching paid subscriptions. There's sort of like a cycle that happens there. And so what do writers actually need in this sort of movement towards independence and finding their own voice? And how do we translate that both externally in terms of the work that we put out and the messaging that we put out, and then also deeply understanding that experience and bringing it back in to represent it internally as we just sort of think about the things that we work on. The two sort of like pillars that we focus on at Writer Experience are the community side, so helping writers get to know each other and find solidarity with each other, as well as get to know us better. And then the content and editorial side of what are the things that we really want to be highlighting as Substack to writers, and what are the things we think will sort of like resonate with writers and help them understand like what is happening beyond Substack, but just sort of like this greater movement around writers moving towards their own independence.
That's really interesting, especially on the sort of relationships between writers. So how do you, we were basically sort of talking about a sort of community building. How do you sort of conceive of sort of the stuff? Because once again, there's obviously a world where someone else has another sort of like newsletter company. Like, what is unique about the Substack community that would obviously serve to lock people in and sort of build and help discovery and those sort of things?
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting. I feel like although there are other tools and services that exist for newsletters, I do feel like we're one of the few that are genuinely really focused on helping writers not only write better, but also see their writing as a source of strength and power, and something that is not just like not something they have to do on their periphery, like making it really front and center to their identity. There are a lot of things we do to support writers, and there's so much more that we could and should be doing. But yeah, I mean, I think of it in a couple different buckets. Like one aspect is just sort of like the writing process of writing is a very lonely and isolating kind of thing. Even if you find other people to talk to about writing, like in the end, it's kind of like you alone at your screen that you're just like, you know, having to make it happen somehow, right? Like translating what's in your mind into words. And so it's a very like hard thing to do regularly, even whether you're doing it for paid subscriptions or not, but just, yeah, that's a very new experience for a lot of people. And so like helping writers understand like, what does that process feel like? And you don't have to be alone, and finding other writers to sort of like bond with over that shared experience, I think is important. There's an aspect around just sort of like education and resources around how do I be successful as a writer. Newsletters are a very new creative medium. Like they've obviously been around as a marketing channel for a really long time. But I think the way in which people are writing newsletters in the past couple of years is significantly different from the way it was in the past. And so a lot of questions I get from writers are related to this question of like, how do I think about my newsletter versus writing a blog versus tweeting? Like what is different about this, and how do I be successful as a newsletter writer? And so there's a lot of just sort of like education around that. And then as well as like, if I want to have a paid newsletter, like what is even that is like a whole brand new kind of topic for a lot of people. So yeah, a lot of work around that. And then I think just this broader thing around what does it mean to be an independent writer, and not go through, say, like a newsroom or an organization to be able to say what you want to say. And we offer a number of services that we're continuing to explore and refine to support writers. But a couple of them that we've mentioned or that we've written about, one is the Defender program, where we offer legal support, or writers can apply for legal support if they're facing any sort of legal threats or issues. We will stand behind you and pay your fees. And another one is a mentorship program that we recently launched to help connect emerging writers who are trying to find their way with established writers on Substack to just sort of like benefit from that kind of closer mentorship and relationship. We've also done like a fellowship to offer emerging writers more support, stipend, grant to grow their businesses on Substack. So yeah, I think that one of the things that's just like great about working at Substack is like everyone here is here because we have some personal relationship to writing and to the experience of being a writer. And we all just like really deeply care about making that happen in the world. I mean, that's how I ended up at Substack, because I had the experience of being a writer and I was like, I want to do that for more people. And I think that feeling is shared throughout the rest of the company.
Yeah, so as I'm thinking of Substack, I think of sort of two different categories of writers, and I'm sure there's a third category or a fourth you should correct me on. But I think of a really smart person who's coming into this format for the first time. Sort of at one end, and the other end, you have the sort of Andrew Sullivans of the world who've been doing this for a long time, or sort of within sort of existing media organizations, or had massive audiences with their own, and are sort of porting that audience into Substack. So what are the sort of, if you're thinking about the writer experience, quote unquote, what are the differences in needs from both ends of the spectrum?
People that are kind of just starting out and people that are
but versus who are porting in their massive audiences and then are able to sort of get tens of thousands of subscriptions within a 3-month period, which is not obviously the normal experience for anyone who's starting out.
Yeah, I think on the earlier end of things for people that are just starting out, some of it is just sort of showing how they should be thinking about growing their lists and becoming successful on Substack. Whether they start with like just a free list, there's the question of like, how do I get my first 100 signups? How do I continue to establish a consistent writing schedule and rhythm? What do my subscribers actually want to hear from me? And so there is a lot of, I think it's heavier on that education side to kind of show the path of like, here's where you are, here's where you could be in 6 months. Here's how if you're ready to go paid, and how to think about a paid launch. So there's just a lot of, I think, more tactical stuff to think about. For writers that are kind of on maybe like the Andrew Sullivan end of things, it's a lot more around things like services, support. The questions that they're dealing with are much more around scale. So just having thousands of subscribers is a lot of sort of like management for one of our sort of like top tier paid writers. And so a lot of what we're doing there is trying to think about like, what are the services that we can offer? How can we support your continued growth? And like always thinking about like, how do we actually turn these into programs and things that we can continue to offer to more writers? Like, I think a lot of what we've kind of prototyped on the with our top tier writers ends up becoming things that we learn how to scale and offer to a broader swath of writers. So that's something that we're always trying to kind of learn from.
Yeah, I'm sure something you're considering, especially at the bigger end subscription-wise, is how do you build communities around, how do you create tools so that people could build communities of their subscribers? This sort of goes into sort of the broader sort of thing people are thinking about. So to the actual topic of this event in our last sort of 4 minutes or so, as you're someone who's a writer separate from all your work at Substack, as we're sort of thinking about the existence of tools like Substack that enable people to monetize themselves and develop their sort of skill set, what are sort of gaps that you are personally interested in and that maybe Substack is sort of thinking about that sort of can't just be served right now, but you're sort of seeing in the market?
I mean, yeah, just questions that I'm sort of broadly thinking about that are still kind of unanswered by the subscription question. One of them is like, what does it look like for writers to build media empires around themselves? I think subscriptions are our bread and butter because that's like, we believe in creating that kind of recurring revenue relationship with your subscribers and all the benefits that it offers around just a closer relationship and having a really positive effect on the way that you write. But like writers also write books, or they might also do like a podcast. And we offer some of that sort of functionality at Substack. You can have a podcast and a newsletter and do that all sort of like under one brand. But like, I think I'm always thinking about what are the other things that, like, if we're really thinking about like the writers we're talking about, they're really growing these like media brands around themselves. How do we support that, or how does anyone really support that? As sort of like a full suite of offerings. Another thing that I just sort of think about long term, and this isn't really as relevant to Substack, but it's something we'll surely have to address at some point, is a question of just like, what does equity look like for creators? Like, how do you like, if you're a founder and you start a company, you're not necessarily just making money from your salary, you're making money from the equity that you're getting in building an institution, right? And I don't know what the equivalent of that is for creators yet. Like, what comes next after subscriptions, and what does it mean to have kind of like an ownership or a stake in your work that you're creating that pays in the way that equity pays? And yeah, so I think it's like, it's still really early days for subscriptions, and it's really only in the past couple of years that I feel people are starting to take it seriously. I mean, the conversations I have about Substack now versus a year ago are completely different in a good way. So I think like we still have a long ways to go on that, but I kind of think about like what happens after subscriptions, I think is that next question of like, both around like, what does it look like to create more of like an empire around yourself, not just having like a specific revenue stream, and then like, what does it look like to create sort of like equity and ownership for people that are doing creative work?
Yeah, that's really interesting, just because the last sort of bit here, what comes to mind is a lot of, and once again, the scale is sort of different here, but this is sort of why a lot of, tech platforms give like influencers like equity in the sort of platform they're building up. You're seeing sort of like TikTok competitors do this. So people are sort of trying to figure out how that sort of works. But I think that's a really great place to end on. Nadia, thank you so much. Definitely check out the book. It's really super interesting, and it makes, as I showed you, an excellent display cover, even if you're not going to read it long term.
Thanks.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to the next segment of our Tech and the Future of News. conference/panel. We have a really, really, really excellent panel ahead of you. This is my favorite one of the day so far. Really quick introductions, and I'll let you all sort of give a little bit about your background. But we have Millie Tran of the Texas Tribune. Are you based in Texas right now, Millie?
I'm in New York.
Okay.
I was mid-move during the pandemic.
Yeah, that's par for the course. So just had to check there. Eric Torenberg of Village Global, on deck, a variety of tech companies. Eric, are you in San Francisco right now?
I'm actually spending some time in Prescott, Arizona, but normally I'm based in San Francisco.
Close enough. And Jared, I think you're in New Jersey right now.
Yes.
Yeah, so Jared is at the Washington Post and has been involved in numerous digital media companies and in the broader blockchain space. So the broad theme of this conference is sort of the future of the news industry, especially as relates to the intersection of tech. So what I think I'd really love to sort of start this off is sort of go to each of you and sort of get the sort of perspective that each of you sort of hold about the future of the industry from the perspective of your vantage point. So Jared, I'll start with you. You're at the Washington Post. You have a lot of thoughts about sort of the way that media companies need to evolve as sort of creators and sort of individual writers become more of a centerpiece of value. So let's just sort of start there. How do you think about this space from sort of an optimism, pessimism, middling perspective?
Yeah, I'll be optimistic because I'm going first. I'd say that I think we're in an awesome kind of like inflection point for what's happening in the media industry, whether that's for larger brands or what we're seeing across the independent creator space. What I'd say is like most exciting for us to start thinking about is that with kind of the emergence of new platforms and people being able to go independent and essentially build media companies around themselves, we're really starting to rethink what the relationship between media brands and creators are starting to look like. I think that there's a big focus on like tools that are out there, and that's kind of been traditionally the thinking of like there's things like Substack or there's different CMSs or kind of products like Medium. But I think what's really most interesting now from a future media perspective is kind of the economics behind these relationships. Like, what is the brand creator or the media brand creator relationship? What do economics look like when these independent creators aren't just licensing content, but essentially licensing themselves and their own brand? So I think like for me, what's kind of most exciting, if you're a large media company, really starting to think about, well, how do you start to also become a talent company? How do you start to build business around that talent, which is not insanely comfortable, I'd say, for a lot of these kind of century plus old institutions. And then for these more kind of like independent new creators or media brands, what does kind of the future economics for a media company look like when you're not maybe investing in an engineering team or building a CMS or having to have a sales team or having to do distribution? I think we're really starting to kind of redefine what a modern day media company looks like, regardless of your seniority in the space or the amount of people that work there.
Awesome. And Eric, obviously you're in venture capital, you're working with On Deck, so you're deeply interested in sort of what podcasters and newsletter writers, and you're also interested in sort of the tools that people sort of use. How do you look at this space sort of moving forward?
Yeah, I look at this from two angles. So Village Global is an early stage venture firm, and On Deck is a education company, sort of like a digital trade school. And one of our goals at On Deck and Village is to help make more entrepreneurs, help make it easier, remove friction for more people to start businesses. Now, some of that is technical, but some of that is also cultural. So one of the angles I look at this is the relationship between tech and media and how that has sort of evolved or devolved over time. And so, and there's also this narrative about tech building its own sort of media ecosystem. And so we have programs for writers, we have programs for podcasters, and that's something that we're trying to do, and we get in later in this conversation. But that's the one angle I look at it. The other angle I look at it is how to encourage, how to enable more creators to make a living off of what they do. And subscription is one way, but there are other additional business models that I'm excited about for creators. So those are sort of the two angles that I think about, or that I want to discuss in this conversation.
And Millie, you're leading product at Texas Tribune. I was particularly interested in your perspective, given that you're at the local regional level, and as the sort of is going to come out through this conversation, one of the biggest things that newsletter writers, individual creators could do is they could serve really niche sort of audiences. And I think Texas, Austin, et cetera, those are the definitions of what these sort of audiences sort of look like. So I'm just sort of curious how you, as someone who's focused on building products in this local regional space, how do you think about sort of the industry? Because I think the conversations tend to be a little Washington Post, New York Times centric, no offense, Jared, of course, but yeah, I'd love your perspective.
So let me start by introducing myself really quickly, because I think the title kind of can be a little misleading, because at the Texas Tribune, in my role, I oversee our audience team, as well as our engineering and design and data and marketing and comms and loyalty teams, which is our membership team. And I like to share that because I think we think of product as kind of traditionally just the tech side of the house, but really product at a news organization, you can't pull it back from the news, and the core product at a news organization is the news, right? So just a little bit on my background. I've worked in news and media kind of my entire career across a variety of roles and organizations. And, one of the reasons I came to the Tribune is that, one, it's an innovative leader in what I believe is kind of one of the greatest crises facing our democracy. To take it down from Jared's optimism, I think the collapse of local news is a really important issue. And when you don't have strong local news, partisan news outlets, and worse, outright fake news, fill that vacuum. And, as I was thinking about this panel, I was reminded of this story from just a few days ago about the Stockton mayor, Michael Tubbs, who is a Democratic rising star and the city's first Black mayor, as well as its youngest. And he's at risk of losing his reelection this year because a local blog whose founder has openly acknowledged that he has a grudge against Tubbs, and has also said the goal of the publication isn't to be fair or accurate or balanced, and that they are not in fact journalism, though they are classified as news on Facebook. So while that city, Stockton's local newspaper, The Record, has struggled with staff cuts like we've kind of seen all over the country, we have this blog that has over 100,000 followers on Facebook, on Instagram, and gets millions of interactions every month. So I think I'm thinking a lot about kind of the local, the media ecosystem overall, and kind of at the systems level. You have this vacuum that, power and information abhors a vacuum. So things will fill it. And I think I have the perspective of the more accurate and fact-based news, the more reporting you can have in this ecosystem, the better. And that's going to be a combination of the Washington Post and the New York Times, but also individual reporters who are kind of finding their own ways to do journalism. So I think there's no going backwards. And I think we'll continue to have kind of this vibrant and potentially kind of scary ecosystem. But I think the more we can infuse that ecosystem with fact-based journalism, the better.
Yeah, so here's a good place to start, given what you just said, Millie. What is journalism, right? So in the sense that, right, because to your point, there's a local blog that's powered by Facebook and has its sort of own quote unquote editorial standards that they're sort of abiding by. And it's obviously one that I think, I'm not sure about you, Eric, as much, but definitely Millie and Jared, your organizations would not sort of abide by in different sort of levels. So to your point about no going back, though, it's not as if the Texas Tribune or sort of the let's say whatever the San Jose that paper, they can't just wish
Mercury News.
Yeah, the Mercury News can't just sort of say, listen, everyone, fake news, it's not sort of real. So what is journalism today, when basically anyone can say they are a journalist and can fulfill journalistic functions?
I'm gonna do an annoying thing and pick on Jared a little bit, because Jared, I saw that you had a tweet the day after election about it's obvious in kind of times like these that this is why media institutions matter, and there's a reason that institutions are what they are, because of their purpose and reputation, So I think that we have to acknowledge like the power of legacy news and institutions. And I don't think like any individual like Substack will fill that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so I'm happy that you were picking on me for a good reason. I was nervous for a second. So yeah. I mean, like, I think like going on what Millie's saying, like, think about what happened last week. You know, at a time, especially in the United States, in our country, where everyone was like grasping on to any bit of information that was coming out, and felt like it was so critical to like their mood, right? You know, any conversation, they were basically like crippled by it. And if you think about the places that you were looking to get that information and what was mattering most to you, it suddenly became a very small media world. Like in a place like when your Twitter feed is constantly flowing and there's blogs and, you know, there's a lot of analysis and conversations happening, all of a sudden over the last week, there was like 5 people I really cared about hearing from. And there were like only a specific amount of URLs that I would click on. And I had, you know, CNN and even like, you know, Fox and MSNBC on via broadcast. And you really start to realize at that point when there's critical information and times like that, you know, you really, really, really rely on institutions that have proven themselves over and over again to be able to be accountable and dependable and reliable. Like I always say, especially when we think about journalism, like trust is really earned. It's not learned. And I think we've even seen that with a lot of like challenger media companies, even like a decade ago, that were going to change the game, like BuzzFeed, who's actually done an amazing job with news, and Vox and all these companies. And 10 years later, right, they're like not at the stature that they were. And, you know, they are not those media organizations that you turn to during these most important times. And you end up going back to these institutions that have earned your attention and kind of have been critical when it comes to kind of that sort of information delivery. I mean, the one thing that I'd say with journalism is that, and it's difficult, right? Especially in conversations now when everyone is talking about people going independent and kind of the unbundling of media organizations, is that news is really, especially like journalism in news, is really kind of a separate category. And I think that that's important. Like, I think like the brand in journalism is way more critical than, say, you know, the brand in maybe a CPG category or in a tech media company. Like, I think brand carries a lot with it. I think the people that are working within it are working there because of that brand. There is a lot of reputation tied behind that. And I think that it's true. Like, I think that it's I'm with Millie there. Like I subscribe to many Substacks. I'm a fan of the analysis. Again, granted, last week when there was so much information, that was the last shit I really wanted to read. I really like didn't even like care to even check in on that stuff. Like, I was so glued to getting news and kind of what was happening, kind of like what was happening politically there. But I do think that it's going to be insanely hard to disrupt like actual journalism, especially when it comes to the news side, because I do think, like, even though I am optimistic and excited about business models and new methods that could be built around individual people, you know, when it comes to the end of the day, what consumers care about it is the brand. Like, I taught a journalism class a few weeks ago, and, you know, they, like, a very, very prominent media company, not the Washington Post, but one of the other two, did a survey with their most loyal subscribers, like their longest, most loyal subscribers, to name, you know, like how many writers they go there for, how many writers they can name, and they averaged 2, right? It was all about the brand. So, like, as much as we want to believe and move towards this independent space when it comes to things like journalism or, you know, kind of information that you're insanely reliable on, usually you look way past that individual, and it is a relationship with that brand.
May I just add 2 things there, which is, like, I think there for sure is an interplay between like brand of a person or whoever and an institution, and like they like feed off of each other, right? I think, you know, if you ask someone who they follow for X topic, I think they're more likely to say a person than an institution, but they also benefit from kind of all the infrastructure of that institution. And Jared, I wanted to go back to what you were saying about kind of attention and when you like really acutely need focus and that curation, and that's why you like relied on 3 people last week. They're like 2 of them are probably named Nate. You know, like I think like there's a time where curation and that like trust is so important. And Eric, I actually, sorry to pick on you now, but I know you've written a lot about curation and like the value of that, and I think that's important to talk about too.
Yeah. So Eric, real quick, just to get my framework in here, I sort of see your day job being challenging legacy institutions, right? You're sort of thinking what like the job of a venture capitalist or sort of what OnDeck's trying to do. So yeah, we need your perspective here.
Yeah, well, and particularly on the university level, but also in media. I'm curious, Millie. Besides sort of the like, I have no romance to traditional institutions or new institutions, or whether it's individuals. I just want the best quality product. And you could you could ask what picks the best quality product. Is it the wisdom of the crowds? Is it a select group of individuals? But can you sort of try to convince me, for someone who has no romance for traditional institutions, just wants the best product, and whether it's Barry Weiss and Greg Greenwald and go and create Substacks and then create their own sort of like new media institution that rivals the old ones. Why should I care more for legacy media institutions as opposed to just whoever can make the best product?
I am very impressed that I have become the institutionalist in this conversation.
The legacy institutionalist. Yeah.
I most recently worked at the New York Times and love it as an institution. And I think I can kind of answer from that perspective, which is the institution allows for the best journalism, right? I don't think you can get a story like Trump taxes that that team worked on for months on end anywhere else. Like how do you finance that with a Substack, right? How do you finance that with like like an independent organization? And I think that's kind of what I think Jared was talking about, in that like we can have kind of a vibrant and dynamic ecosystem, but it's very hard to replace and supplant that type of journalism. And that's why you should support institutions.
Well, but how about the idea of legacy institutions versus new institutions? In technology, for example, we don't sort of like, miss IBM, we just create Microsoft, or we don't miss Microsoft, we create Apple, or like we just, you take the best 20 New York Times journalists and they'll create a new competitor. Do you lament sort of that? And maybe it starts with them going one at a time. In that world where that happens, is there something lost there? Or do you think, no, that's as long as it's an institution that has real heft to it and can do the work, I'm okay whether it's new or old. Do you have a perspective on that?
And it's kind of interesting for you to place Apple as like a startup in this like current.
Well, they were a startup at one point. Right. I'm just like the evolution of technology companies.
I think that's the power of a successful startup that like becomes an institution. And working at a company now that is a little over 10 years old, I would say like that's what we should strive for, right? Which is that like institutional trust and brand, and like that's what makes the journalism. And like I believe if you can create that institution and infrastructure to support more people, that's one way to do it, right? But I'm not sure that it comes at the expense of startups, right? So I guess I'm gonna say like you can have both.
Yeah,
so
totally.
Jared, I want to bring in you real quick on this, because Eric, what I'm sort of hearing is missing from your analysis is the importance of brand, which is what Jared is talking about, in the sense that, so sure, like Greg Greenwald and Barry Weiss and sort of people are sort of alt-center, IDW adjacent, could always form their publication. But that publication isn't going to get press credentials in the White House. It's not going to have a foreign correspondent, and those sort of those legacy benefits that sort of come are things that you get by having 100-year plus history. Those are sort of like, and if we're sort of looking at where did the digital challengers underestimate things, they underestimated the importance of those dynamics. But Jared, that's sort of your thought that I'm parroting.
Yeah,
so
well, like I think that it could be argued on either side. I mean, I do think that especially in the local news space, ones that aren't as sound in their business, right? Texas Tribune definitely is, but like there's many that aren't, and yes, they're critical, but financially they're having a lot of difficulty supplementing kind of the fixed costs that have built their business, and also kind of like maintaining their legacy costs. But one thing that I'd say about brand, like in this conversation that I think is important, that definitely doesn't get discussed enough. And I think a lot of that is the fault of, you know, our legacy institutions, is that there are like we are set up ethically at these traditional media organizations, like to the point where, again, right, news and opinion are separated, like literally how were printed on a newspaper, how they're labeled digitally, how they sit right on floors. Like in DC, the news, like Marty Barron and his team sit on the 5th floor, and, you know, whatever, like the opinions, Fred Hyde and the opinion writers sit somewhere else. Like they literally don't cross. And, you know, when you talk about like the importance of institutions, especially when it comes to like factual information, that's literally the ethos and the ethics of like how a news organization is built and what they must abide by. And you see it in broadcast right now, right? Like CNN and Fox and MSNBC, they're not traditional news organizations, right? So they blur those lines constantly, right? Like there's definitely like subjectivity, there's angles, right? There's like more of the blurring the lines. And traditionally, right, like a Washington Post or a New York Times or a Wall Street Journal, in the opinion section, you may have, right, like a lot of that subjectivity, but in the news, you're not supposed to, right? And it's up for argument whether or not some things are like bending, but like that's something that I think is like very important, especially when you think about the attractiveness to Substack. And, you know, the writers that we're mentioning writers, you know, that within a news organization would be on the opinion side and, you know, would be kind of sharing their analysis and their thoughts around certain things. They wouldn't be, right, the newsroom editors. They wouldn't kind of be reporting in that way. And it's not even like just critical based on like how consumers trust it, but think about who provides, right, like the lifeblood of the news cycle to the big broadcast channels. It's the New York Times, it's the Wall Street Journal, over the political, over kind of the over the election period, it's local news, right? So like CNN isn't breaking news, even though they say it constantly, right? Like they're getting information from Maggie Haberman, they're getting information, you know, from folks at the Post or folks at the Journal, because that is where news comes from, because that is how they're operationally set up to do so. So there's like another combo that we could go deep into, which I think is really interesting, which is like breaking news really is kind of like the most critical component of how the content lifecycle works, right? News breaks, then there's analysis, then there's kind of aggregation and conversation, and then it goes out yonder, right? Or something else comes up. And that usually starts within these institutions. So like, I think like it is different. I don't think like a Washington Post is like better or worse than, you know, like the Defector or, you know, these new kind of sites that are kind of creating on their own. But I do think that it is important to acknowledge those couple of things. One is the ethics within these news organizations are very important. They are critical. They are supposed to be abided by. And we should do a better job conveying that to consumers, because I think they'd benefit from really understanding that. The second is knowing that a lot of that information is coming from these sources, how that's then being shared and aggregated and analyzed changes, right? Like everyone subscribes to Ben Thompson, I'm sure, in this group. And Ben Thompson puts analysis on breaking news, right? So like someone needs to get that information. Someone has to have the sources. Someone needs to put that stuff out there in order for us to benefit from, you know, kind of what's happening outside.
May I just correct the record on one thing, because I love to correct the record. Like CNN does break news, I would say. And I would say, Jared, what you're getting at is kind of like the backbone of a lot of these startups, Eric, to your question earlier, are built off of like original reporting from a lot of like institutional or like legacy organizations, right? I'm thinking about Axios, and the announced that they're going to launch in several kind of medium and local markets, regional, where there's strong local news for them to curate their reporting for a different audience, right? So I think like there are lots of things that those news organizations can do better to like connect with and interact with their audience. So you don't have an Axios come on top of them and say like, I'm going to better curate this for your audience of your own journalism. So I think there's like a lot of missed opportunity there for those legacy organizations. And that's probably why you're seeing a lot of them like I'm not going to say fail, but like not be, that's how you create space for something like Axios to come in to do that.
Yeah. Marshall, you characterized some of my work as disrupting legacy industries. If I wanted to be more flippant about it, and this is particularly in the university system, I would say, my work is trying to disrupt a cartel, and you create more efficient markets such that the best product can rise to the top. I think if you transpose that to the media ecosystem, the question I would ask is how many people who work at the New York Times, if just as an example, if they had the opportunity to match their salary, would go independent or would try to create a new institution that competed with it. And I would propose that would be that's an exciting world where people have the opportunity to do it if they don't think that the New York Times is the institution for them, that they have a chance to compete, and consumers are the one who get to choose who's best and win from that. The startup called Stir recently launched a product. I forget what it's called, but the basic idea is that you can. It's almost like Kickstarter for journalists to leave their job.
Right? That's it.
Yes, exactly. You could pre-subscribe to if, let's say, Barry Weiss before she left the New York Times, and she could see basically how much she could make on the open market. And you can imagine a bundle of writers doing that as well. And I imagine that there's some percentage, I don't know if it's 10%, I don't know if it's lower, I don't know if it's much higher, that do feel a little trapped in the sense of they don't feel that institution represents them well, or that represents the work that they want to do. And if they had the opportunity to do it elsewhere, would seize that, or on their own, would seize that opportunity. How do y'all react to that?
Yeah, so quick thing. We're going to keep picking on each other because it's fun and it makes it different. I feel like you're kind of cheating though, Eric, because you're cheating by saying, imagine a world where hundreds of the thousands of people who work for the New York Times could get their salary. And you're just sort of, a priori offering that up, because that's just not the reality. The reality is, and this is the unfortunate reality, that, so perfect example, I don't see a world where the New York Times' China reporters could each individually replicate their salary in a world where they're sort of competing in that sort of space. Also, where you have sort of Bill Bishop sort of operating on Substack. I don't see a world where, there are parts of and now I'll throw this back, but I think that you're undercounting the subsidization that happens within any sort of bundling process. So, for example, no one's expecting a world where the New York Times' transportation writer is going to build a massive sort of Substack audience, and that's sort of what's being undercounted here. But I'll throw it to the rest of y'all.
I think one other thing that's being undercounted is like the value of editing, right? Like you can make money anywhere. You can like write anything and get paid for it, hopefully eventually. But like, I think the value is in the editing and again, the infrastructure. And that's why you see like Substack kind of slowly starting to provide infrastructure, even if it's not what I'm talking about, which is editing, right? It's like their legal assistance, right? Because when you write anything you want, you can also get sued. So how
anything you write.
Right. So I think all of those costs aren't accounted for when we just say like, can you make your salary, right? It's like, because we live in the US and our healthcare system is the way that it is, like those are other considerations. So I think it's very hard to fully account for all of those hidden costs. And that's why like being a part of an institution is beneficial in those ways. But you also see like, the former Deadspin crew start Defector and like found success with their audience in that way. So I do think there's space for both. But I think you're starting to see kind of things going in both directions more rapidly, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, like, I agree there. I mean, I think like it's a big opportunity for what's happening in the creator space, because I do think that when you start to identify a bit more of like why writers, right, want to work at these institutions, there's a lot of variables, right? Like I think one of which is that they actually believe and want to build for the institution and love kind of the brand that it brings and, the brand that it allows themselves to build. But there is that like what I call like creator confidence and creator comfort, right? Creator confidence is like, I have an editor, I have a designer, I have researchers, I have fact checkers, like my work is better, right? It's like if you're like cutting an album as a musician and you don't get a producer, right? You could choose not to, but if it's produced, it's oftentimes better. It sounds better, it gets better distribution. Like there's a lot of benefits behind that. And then on the other side, which is comfort, is like, yeah, like health insurance, libel, all of these things that are so critical for people to have the mindset to do their job so that they're not distracted. I do think though, and I'm very high on this idea, and I think we're seeing it right now with some on Substack, but some that are independent, is that I think like you are seeing a big concentration of success of independent creators who aren't traditionally from like the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post or Vox and going out on their own. I think like you have this like wave of new creators, people who are entrepreneurial, might have ran a business. Like I love the Everything Bundle example, like with Nathan, who like they have a unique point of view. They're writing about something that's interesting, but right, they're also like prepared to enter this world, which is no longer just about creating content or focusing on a vertical. It's about building your own business, doing audience development, figuring out how to drive revenue out of the work that you're doing. Right? It's very entrepreneurial. It's very business background, and not as much kind of like just focusing on content. So I think like it's very easy for us to think about like we see people like Casey, right, who's fantastic, who left Vox and built his own, and I think like that's actually like the exception to the rule. I'd say like there are definitely like particular people who could do that, but many can't. But you'll see a lot of people who like have a unique point of view, who are entrepreneurial, might have been previous founders, who understand that hustle and are like, I'm going to create a brand around myself. I'm going to create content. I have a unique point of view around this. And people are kind of jumping on that, right? Like you kind of have this kind of moment in the independent creator world, like in the Substack world, where like you're actually paying for education or analysis or things that are like helping you do your job better or helping you feel more informed, more so than like thinking about how I could get better news, right? Or things like that I'm getting from a larger brand. So like I'm like excited about that world, and I think we're seeing some acceleration there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Eric, go please.
Which is the thing I'd add to your take, Marshall, is yes, I'm making a big assumption, which is that the amount of people who are independent right now or could go independent, that if we were to take that number 10 years ago or 15 years ago, it'd be a tiny fraction. And so I said it to say that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, this number two will be a fraction of what it will be, because people will continue to build their brands direct to the audience, and continue to there'll be tools like pre-subscribe that can really make a more efficient market over who's creating more value than they're capturing, and who's being subsidized. And the people that are being subsidized will stay, and the people that are creating more will likely, many of them will leave. And that's an assumption that I'm making.
Yeah, what I'll add is,
I mean, to that point, Eric, like I think smart media companies should like identify those like power players and think about how they could like broker a tighter relationship, right? Like you think about I think today, and like I may be wrong here, but like I think if you work at the New York Times and if you get a book deal, you could get sabbatical on the book deal, but the New York Times isn't publishing your book, right? They're not tied in on that business opportunity, and they just like allow that to happen outside. They encourage it, but they're not a part of it. Like I do feel like media companies who are driving this talent and are investing in this talent could think about new ways to like better broker the business for the long term, whether that's sharing IP or figuring out how to like, I was like talking to someone about this today, right? Like instead of like New York Times thinking about their like opportunity to like extend on social or do something via YouTube, they like say, let's build the Taylor Lorenz brand and have it be a part of it and figure out how we extend that. And you really start to like multiply your assets. And like, again, I think it's like an exception. Like not all creators will want to do that. Not all will be willing to do that. But I do think that it is smart for media companies to think about how they could cultivate an interesting environment for people that are thinking that way, where the only option isn't just to leave.
Yeah, Eric, I think I appreciate your healthy dose of sort of optimism here, because I'm imagining this panel 10 years ago, and I would have probably been saying, well, no one's going to pay for news and no one's going to pay for anything at all, right? So when the New York Times puts up a successful paywall, that creates new opportunities. And to your point, to argue against myself, when you do create new opportunities, that could shift sort of user behavior. But Millie, something I'm curious about is, how do you think this conversation applies to the local / regional space, right? Because I think the trends here matter, right? So the trends are, it's cheaper than ever to create content. There are all of these sort of lean options for things. People are sort of pivoting away from social driven scale. Subscriptions work more, diversification of revenue, et cetera. How does this apply to your sort of side of the world?
I think a lot of the big themes are still the same, right? Like, we're still operating in the same media and information environment. I would say what's different is, like, the coronavirus was a great example of this, because it was such a, like, local, and I mean like literally your neighbor, kind of local story, where being on the ground made a huge difference in the, like, accuracy and reporting of the thing. So I think one way I think about it is having, I actually think, to go back, the trends are actually heightened, right? It's like even more important that you have a trustworthy person or source of news. And I think that's why where I started with the Stockton story makes it a little bit scary, because when you don't have that, you kind of see what's replaced in its absence. So I think we're dealing with a lot of the same, like, forces. And I think that's kind of one of the mistakes, right? Which is that we think local is so different, and like, because of that, we also treat local news in kind of a parochial way. Like, I don't think local news just has to be like school board meetings, right? It is about helping people live their lives. And the reason I mentioned coronavirus, because it was so much, it brought out and emphasized the importance of, like, reader-driven and service-driven journalism, which is something I think we overlook when we think a lot about, like, kind of the, like, big investigations, or like, I don't know, like the Trump tax investigation, right? Like, I think a lot of the reporting that came out of the, like, last few months were really about how to, like, help people live their lives. And I think you kind of saw those lessons and instincts applied to the election, right? We had a lot of confusion around, like, how to vote, who can, like, when can you vote, who can, like, vote by mail. And a lot of that kind of, like, reader-centric, service-driven journalism, like, what was kind of faster. So I don't think a lot of the lessons are too different.
Yeah, so I have a listener question, and I'm trying not to parody this question and ask it in good faith. It seems like this conversation is pretty elite driven from a geographic location, right? So I'm in DC, Millie, you're in New York.
I'm spiritually Texas, though.
Yeah, but so yeah, and then, Eric, you're by way of San Francisco, despite the vacation. Jared, I'm guessing you're within traveling distance of New York, and DC is always sort of close by. So how much of these conversations, especially if we're looking at the local regional picture, are hampered by this reality? Like, doesn't matter in this context?
Yes, right. And this kind of goes back to what we were talking about in terms of, like, infrastructure, and, like, I want to decouple infrastructure from institutions, right? Like, the reason why, like, Substack and, like, it's like are so successful is because they make the barrier to entry to do a thing so much lower. And I think when you're thinking about local news organizations and, organizations across the country in the places we are not in, like, it's expensive to have an engineering team. It's expensive to have, like, a product team. It's expensive to have designers. It's expensive to have an app. So I think all the ways in which we consume news, like the cost in making and producing and distributing and, like, learning from it in terms of the data we get and all of that, all of those things are really high costs. So I think what I'm thinking a lot about is kind of the move to that nonprofit model, to thinking about local news as more of a public good than, like, a transactional, like, subscription, right? And again, I think there's places for both, but I don't think, like, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and other kind of subscription-driven media are kind of singular in their success, I think. But you won't see that kind of in every city or every town that needs news.
Yeah, I mean, I'd add that like when we look at so we have two businesses at the Post, or two other businesses, software businesses. So we have Arc Publishing, which powers now 1,000 media companies globally, and some of which are larger, kind of local institutions like Boston Globe and Dallas Morning News, and some get even smaller, like Willamette Week. And then the same with Zeus, which is our kind of revenue side of that we license, and that powers now, I want to say, 130 local news sites nationally. And what's really interesting, like through the research, is there's so many different definitions of local now. And again, like Millie definitely knows this way better than me, so correct me if I'm wrong here. But what I'm kind of seeing is like, you know, we've had these brands that have been kind of deemed local, right? Like Dallas and Seattle Times, and even like my hometown, like Asbury Park Press. And they're still local, right? And they're like, you know, trying to provide and create content at a local level. But what consumers are now like looking for, like many readers are looking for, like from what they're getting from local, are being provided by sites like Patch or Nextdoor, or, you know, Facebook groups. Like I live in a small town in Jersey, and we use Facebook groups for everything. Not for news, but like for, you know, selling things, for organizations, for meetups, like, and all of those things, which, you know, used to be services provided by these local news companies. So like, I think what's interesting is like, we had a lot of local news brands, and those brands, right, are still critical, but to some readers, they're often not local enough. And for some of the services, they're not like providing those at a consumer level. So like the identity of what local is based on like, if you're the media company, if you're the reader, if you're the advertiser, I think is all changing. So it's just been like a very interesting, I think, evolution as to like what local is, and depending on who you speak to, versus like, I think traditionally how we've always thought of local news, which is like your, you know, the printed newspaper that you know, used to get every morning.
So Eric, please go.
Yeah, a few points. So I'll sort of wrap them all in one. So one is going back to earlier point about media companies should try to keep these very ambitious, you know, power players. I think maybe record labels is an interesting sort of analog, in the sense of you have sort of, you know, the parent company, and then you have all these sort of sub labels where they take all these ambitious artists who want to have, you know, their own groups or artists underneath them, and sort of give them a platform. And I wonder if they could have taken some of these journals and said, hey, you're going to build your own, you know, sort of sub institution here, and we'll fund you and support you and give you that infrastructure that Millie's talking about that is so important. I think that's an interesting analog. In terms of the local news, I wonder if just the form factor needs to evolve a little bit in the sense of, there are a number of people on Twitter who I follow for local news that if they had a paywall over their Twitter, I would totally pay. And just from tweets and just from videos, and that's not to say that there can't be like longer form analysis too, but I think that's interesting. And I'm seeing a couple companies that are experimenting with that exact product. And then the last point is going to the sort of elites versus non-elite point. And going back to what we were originally talking about, fake news, I only see a future where more and more people are saying fake news, fake news, fake news. And my friend calls this kaleidoscope theory. So culture fragments into thousands of different shards. Each culture plays out its own fantasies alongside other cultures. The result is skyrocketing cultural innovation at the cost of shared alignment on anything.
Yeah, thanks for the optimism, Eric. So I think to finish up here, Millie, I'm glad you brought up sort of the nonprofit model and sort of the nature of the way this sort of works. And this sort of goes, and so I'll direct this to Jared and Eric, because we've been focused more on sort of profit generating business model sort of ideas. Where's the opportunity here, right? Because if you're looking at the 2010 story, venture capital poured a lot of money into sort of those digital upstarts. And Jared, as I'm hearing your articulation, Eric, there's a lot of opportunity in tools, right? So you're talking about Stir, you're talking about sort of the sort of Twitter overlays you're talking about here, but is the opportunity on the sort of tool enablement level, or is there any opportunity at the sort of content and direct creator sort of label, or is that something that has to be sort of bracketed in a sort of leaner, smaller sort of direction?
Yeah, I mean, I could just take it from a macro. I mean, I think that, you know, over the past decade, there has been too large of an emphasis on the content itself, like, and not the producers of that content. And I think we've seen that through like a very strong ad model and, you know, VC investing in ad return businesses, right, where the whole goal was scale, create content, output content around that scale, and be able to kind of drive those returns. And I think where we're edging now is trying to broker tighter relationships where it's not just, you know, a relationship that I have with the content or even the brand, but that actual creator. It's actually a very like interesting feeling. I don't know if anyone's ever broken up with someone on broken up with the Substack subscription, but like it is very uncomfortable comparatively. Like it's like very easy for me to, you know, I would never cancel Netflix, but like cancel a Washington Post subscription or cancel, you know, a subscription from like a larger brand. But when you cancel a Substack subscription, like you have a relationship with the writer, they write you, you know, it's kind of more than just an exchange for content. You're kind of investing in this person to be successful. And when you break up with them, they're kind of like, whoa, like what did I do wrong and what could I do better? So like, there really is this like new feeling around business models kind of in this next era where we're trying to like peel away kind of the element of like having it just live with, you know, that content and kind of tying it closer. And I think that's why you're seeing subscriptions, you know, be like the topic du jour, because I think it's more about that investment, that relationship, trying to think about new business models that extend beyond it. So like I love what some Substackers are doing and like what the information does, which is like you're a member. You're not just getting content, right? You're being invited to private events. You're being invited to closed conversations. You have status and identity within a community, right? You're kind of like cultivating this kind of new, unique environment for people to be a part of. So like that's where I think we're moving towards, and I strongly encourage people to move towards. Like I do think legacy media is behind there. Like I do think when you look at the Times and when you look at the Post and when you look at the Journal, that transactional element really has been the content, and you subscribe to it and you get that content. And then like the what else is still yet to be answered. I think we're seeing a lot of like more independent or smaller media companies really figure out what that what else is. But that's where I see kind of things really moving, relationship beyond content and really with creators or brands direct.
Yeah. On the content side, VCs were really burned in the last 8 years or so in investing in these you know, new companies that have gotten pretty big, but just aren't venture scale in the same way that, you know, these platforms are, like, you know, Facebook and Twitter and Snap, et cetera. And so I see people continuing to create new platforms. I see less VCs wanting to invest in them. I think more we're excited about tools that help people, creators monetize. We talked about a couple, quantify fandom, and then tools that sort of like make the content a bit better. And I'll describe that in a second. On the quantify fandom, my request for startups here, and maybe I'll build it or fund it at some point, is something that enables me as a reader of, let's say, Millie's work to find her to work and say, hey, I was the 5th person to read or to support her. I want to, you know, wear my badge, and that actually. So I think that's very interesting. People love being early to stuff. If you can quantify your fandom, and if you could sort of, and not to get too into crypto, but like sell that, or that could have a monetary value depending on how early you got in. But if people could sort of make financial products based on their fandom, I think that's very, very interesting. We'd love to see that. And then on the content side, I'm more interested, you know, Balaji has a bunch of ideas around incorporating prediction markets so journalists are more sort of accountable, and you can sort of assess, you know, who's been correct in their predictions or assertions, or who hasn't. And then also, you know, sort of an annotation, like this was what Rap Genius was hoping that they would, or Genius was hoping they would be, an annotation layer on top of the content, such that anyone who's mentioned in any article can weigh in and say, you know, say their piece. So tools that either enrich the content, you know, in sort of a mass way, and then tools that help quantify fandom such that people can monetize better is what I'm excited about as a venture capitalist.
Millie, I'll give you the last word. What are you excited about?
I am excited about, I think that I'm excited about more fact-based journalism, and whether that comes from institutions, from local news organizations, from Axios curating that local news original reporting, or from individuals who like care deeply about a community or topic and are experts in their fields. I can see like the Bill Bishop cynicism model applied to any number of communities or topics in a region or a city or community. And I think, again, lowering the barriers to entry to have more of that is exciting.
That's great. Well, thank you, guys. Despite the critiquing everything, I think it's good that everyone's excited. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. Great.
Bye.
Thanks, guys. Okay.
I think we'll start at a very basic sort of introductory sort of level. Who are you and what does the News Media Alliance do? I think you have a really interesting background that sort of relates to the broad space that y'all cover.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And thank you for having me today. And the conversations have been actually great so far. So News Media Alliance, we represent the news publishing industry, 2,000 or so news publishers, mostly in the US, some in Europe as well. And I often describe myself as a pugilist for the news business. I'm here to both represent it and fight for its future. And that involves lobbying, communications, but also telling the story of the industry, and also making the arguments for what the industry needs to grow and succeed into the future, which actually I think it will. Actually,
yeah. So I don't like introducing people because you just said 3 interesting things that I want to get into. So thank you for
nobody else wants you to either. So
yeah, thank you for validating the underlying theory here. So point number 1, so what is the story of the industry? It's November sort of 2020. Like, what is the narrative you sort of have in your head and your sort of members sort of have themselves too?
Yeah, I mean, you start with the fact that we have bigger, more engaged audiences than we have ever had in history, period. If you go back to peak print era, whatever that was, actually peak print, interesting, was 2006, right? That was the peak of that, whatever that era was called. We have many, many, many times more readers and consumers of our content than that time period, and really than ever. And I think in many fundamental ways, news content is more centered in people's dialogue and how they go about their day is really engaged. They're engaged with news content in an ongoing way in ways that, frankly, like my parents wouldn't have been. So, and I think it shows itself at a lot of different times. But in an election season, how much of our time the last week has been spent consuming news content? A lot. So, so fundamentally, we do not have an audience problem. This is a kind of, journalism is something that people want and need and consume more than they ever have. We have business model challenges, but also I think those business model challenges are solvable, and we can get into that. We're at moments of inflection, and there will be a different future than the past. I also think, just from your conversations today, a clear message has to be that we're in sort of mid-bounce in terms of technology. There's going to be further evolution of how people consume news in ways that I think will keep getting better. So people want our stuff. The finances are really hard and really challenged. But the fact that people want our stuff is the pathway to get to a more stable financial future.
So how do you think about, to speaking of this idea of more engaged audiences than ever, how much do you think that was a 2016 to 2020 Trump phenomenon that organizations at different levels of scale are going to have to sort of struggle with, aka a Biden presidency is one where news won't be a sort of reality TV show that everyone's sort of tuning in for the latest episode? Is that a dynamic that y'all sort of like consider or sort of think about?
I think that that gets overplayed to a large degree. Yeah, that macro point about people consuming news content was that pre-existing Trump's run for the White House. It really comes about because people can consume it much more easily, right? It's very easy to consume news, and people want to. Trump is certainly driven attention to himself in pretty fundamental ways. I don't think all of a sudden we segue back to some other period where people don't pay attention to national political stories anymore. And also, Trump really didn't impact people's consumption of local ever, right? So think about this moment we're in now. Are you going to stop consuming content about COVID in your community, or what's happening with the economy and local restaurants? So, could there be some variances in audiences? Yes, but the macro trends are all that people like to consume journalism.
So this is helpful. Let's delineate then between consumption and attention and sort of payment. So I completely agree there's a world where, and I not just hypothetically, I agree with your point about consumption will remain. But what about sort of payment? Because sort of the conventional understanding of the business pivot that many publishers have done at the bigger level and that local publishers have really struggled with is the sort of pay to subscribe, membership, subscription, support our mission, paywalls, etc. There's an argument to me that that was a Trump era phenomenon, right? If you're looking at the top level of the Washington Post, that's Democracy Dies in Darkness. With the New York Times, this is what we were talking about with the last panel, support our journalism so that we could get Trump's taxes or we can send foreign correspondents to China. So do you think the willingness to pay, so we could stipulate attention will remain, but do you think willingness to pay at all levels will shift given this sort of trend? Because the one thing I'll add too on this is that the New York Times' stock did sort of tank. So at least the market or the stock market does believe, I'm not trying to, give it sort of autonomy, but there is a perception that this moment will not be good for the health of that business model.
First of all, we're seeing growth of subscription at all levels, including local publishers, right? And that's harder to do. And we can get into why that's harder to do, but that's been a harder strategy for them. But you're seeing kind of consistent increases in reader support across the board. And again, a lot of that is not Trump related. Sorry, my phone was going off there.
It's okay.
The dilemmas of Zoom. And again, I think we're in this moment where there's a lot of things that people are interested in and focused on. Do I think that there's some vast shift in reader support because Trump moves on to do whatever he goes on to do next? I mean, I just don't see it. I think it makes a nice storyline, but I don't. And will there be some variability? Could be, but I don't think it changes fundamentals. And we certainly don't want to build a business based on some transient
personalities,
media personality. When I talk about monetization of news or the business model, we have to understand something very fundamental, which is we are at a historic moment where essentially we're rethinking and renegotiating the terms of trade for this kind of content. And the analogy I always make is back to the music business. 120 years ago, music was a print business. It was a sheet music business sold mostly to orchestras. And they had a disruption in their distribution. Most particularly recording devices came about, and then radio and TV and other things. And they had to figure out this whole system of music licensing was their answer that then carried them through other distributions such that today music publishers are the net winners of music distribution online. So the music business, because it had a system for distributed monetization of the content, they were able to carry through. TV, a different model, local TV with retransmission and cable. So we're in this moment where our distribution has been disrupted. We have these new distribution channels, and we need to figure out how the value gets returned back through those channels. And I'm sort of known for complaining about Google and Facebook, which I'm always happy to do, and I'm happy to do here.
It's coming,
But,
don't worry.
yeah, but understand, those companies pay to license music. Yeah, so why do they do that? They do that because they have to, because there was a system developed about 100 years ago. So one, we got to fix the digital distribution, that digital ecosystem for news. Reader revenue is going to continue to be really important and expanding. There's other kind of related businesses related to events and other things. And I think there's also going to be technical evolutions in terms of our product offerings over time. One of the things, and then people talk about philanthropy and government and other stuff, which I'm also happy to talk about. One thing I always caution folks about is not to focus too much on one revenue stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
We were a heavily advertising subsidized business. We're now going to be multiple revenue streams, all of which have their challenges and opportunities. But I'll stop there. I'm happy to take that in any way you'd like.
No, of course. Yeah, a couple notes here. So I like the historic moment analogy to a century ago. So the immediate question would be, where are we in that metaphor, right? Because you start with sheet music, but then if you look at the music industry, you have 80 plus years of really highs in the 70s and 80s, and you have some lows of sort of Napster, where you sort of think, and sort of figuring out how do we do iTunes, how do we sort of license music to platforms like Google and Spotify, et cetera. So where do you think, are we in the sheet music moment where it just literally this thing has happened and we just don't quite know the exact nature of the bargain that's going to get struck?
Yeah, I mean, we're in the early innings of it. Again, take music licensing. That took about 25 years to develop. ASCAP was formed in 1915.
Sorry, what's ASCAP?
One of the music license collection societies. Okay. And what that system allowed them to then do is not only get through radio and TV but also in the digital age have a whole range of different monetization strategies. Yes, they get money from Google and Facebook, but it's also Spotify. Plus they have direct sales. Plus they can, develop a whole range of products around their music content. I think we're really early into this discussion. What I've been advocating for as a sort of initial step is for news publishers to be able to collectively negotiate with the major tech platforms. The current antitrust laws protect Google and Facebook from us, interestingly. And you see similar in Europe is taking a copyright approach where they've developed new copyrights for news and they're in the midst of asserting those. Australia is taking essentially a competition approach, more of a thinking about analogy to the cable business here in the US. I think there's a lot of sort of tectonic plates moving, but we're still pretty early in the discussion about what does this monetization of textual news content look like in the century ahead.
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought up the antitrust angle of negotiation. But the question I would have then is, to what degree is this about society and business and sort of the private sector and civil society coming to some sort of consensus outside of government? So for example, I don't know the history of sheet music, but I would wager that it probably wasn't the Woodrow Wilson administration who got that association together. So as we think about this weird mix of the needs for platforms to assume responsibility for things, the needs for example, it's a good thing that consumers have adapted to paying for content. How do we think about this mix of government, socioculture, but also sort of top-down sort of changes?
Yeah, I mean, what government has to do is set the framework to allow private solutions to happen. So the Department of Justice issued antitrust waivers essentially for music licensing in 1941, I think it was. So they set up the framework under which there could be private solutions. And by the way, for some reason, you're not hearing anybody talk about we need a government bailout of the music business. I think, right? Because they were able to then develop monetization models that carried them through, again, a lot of different disruptions. I think, news has a particularly important role in civic society. And I think people understand that. I mean, the line I always use is nobody's asking for congressional hearings about fake cat videos. Okay. That news and quality journalism sustains civic society in some ways that are important and that we have to continue. It is also, interestingly, when we talk about social media networks, quality journalism is an antidote for bad stuff out there, right? If somebody has a fake news problem, guess what? We're in the real news business. Mm-hmm. So we are, it is necessary to keep the quality of information flow going online. This is actually one of the reasons, and this is a little bit of a segue, but I'll bring it back, I promise, why you have to be careful about focusing on any one channel of monetization. Because let's say the argument's often made, it should be 100% subscription business, right? Do email distribution, make everything like an email newsletter, 100% reader revenue supported. Okay, by the way, that's a good model for some kind of content, and I'm a big Substack subscriber, so I get all that. But we also have to understand, in a 100% reader revenue world, that means some people get the information, mm-hmm. the people who can pay and do pay, and some people don't. You don't pay, you don't get. And we've gotten very used to a kind of free availability of information online, but that's not, free is not a business model in the news business, it turns out. So it's really important to try to drive as many multiple sources of revenue support as we can.
Yeah. So to that sort of point, to what degree is it possible that in the year 2020, journalism is a significant part of journalism, or some functions of journalism, especially at the local level, are just simply public goods that can either be provided through the nonprofit sector or significant government subsidy? So to bring your point, there's no government bailout of the music industry. Well, that's because music isn't a public good. I'm not sure what I think. I'm just sort of responding. Sort of, music isn't a public good, right? There was never any sort of question about whether or not concerts or merchandise and the sort of broader products of music were monetizable. There is a serious question for many people about whether or not, given the challenges and the dynamic you're sort of facing, because I was going to ask you, if you're a pugilist, who are you sort of fighting? There is an argument for saying that those challenges are simply such that we should just recategorize whole sections of news and move beyond sort of these parts of the debates about the business model. What do you think about that broad dynamic?
I think that, first of all, news is valuable. So it's okay to ask that it be valued. Mm-hmm. Okay. So it doesn't, the only model doesn't have to be, it can only be given away for free. And I think we haven't yet figured out what does this digital distribution system mean and what value should be returned back. When you jump to the answer that we should have, the government should pay for everything. First of all, there are a lot of conflicts related to that.
Yeah.
Right? And particularly in the news business. And you're completely letting off the hook the distributors of the content. Our primary distributors currently are Google and Facebook, but you're sort of letting them off the hook and saying the government's going to pay for this content, which then you can distribute and get a lot of user attention around. And I think we've got to figure out the value return in the digital distribution first. And I believe there is a good business there that would both sustain the business, but also make it pretty freely available. And, a friend of mine, I think he's is on this call, said, financial independence is its own way to viewpoint independence. Mm-hmm. If you care about an independent media, that also means a media that can stand up for itself financially. And I think we can get there. I think taking off the table the platforms shouldn't return any value, taking all these categories off the table is hamstring ourselves, when by the way, they pay for other kinds of content. We're kind of uniquely punished in a way.
So this is where the European example and then sort of government becomes key, because as I understand it, and correct me if I'm getting the history here wrong, part of the issue with the approach that's sort of implicit and explicit what you're describing is that in Europe, tech platforms have simply just refused to serve news in certain respects, sort of saying, actually, David, it turns out that do people consume news on our platform? Yes, but we just simply aren't going to serve it because it's not crucial to our business model. How do you get around that sort of dynamic? Because as I understand it, the Europeans are sort of responding by sort of basically saying you can't say that. So how do you think about that dynamic?
Yeah, I mean, the one example that's always thrown up and completely misunderstood, by the way, is Google delisted Spanish publishers, right? And there's a dispute. And people say that was some big disaster for Spanish publishers. Anybody who says that hasn't spoken to a Spanish publisher.
I haven't.
Actually,
So enlighten me.
What they saw actually was a sort of temporary dip and then much higher traffic directly to their sites. I mean, it wasn't some huge disaster for Spanish publishers. But at a much bigger macro level, there are recent threats by Google and Facebook in Australia, where there's this whole idea about negotiating the terms of digital distribution, and there's a threat that they would pull news content off the sites. First of all, a lot of user attention is tied to news. Think about everybody who went online last week to talk about news about the election, right? There's value to the platforms from this content. Secondly, if you're somebody like Facebook and you take off all the quality journalism off their feed, then what's left? Mm-hmm. Okay. They then are subject to a world in which the antidote for fake news has been taken out of the system. So I think most of this is, negotiating, posturing. We need to come to a better arrangement for monetizing our content through the digital distribution. There's different strategies for it, but we're all coming to the same conclusion because we are all better off having our content get to as many people as possible, and for the platforms to host quality journalism. So I don't get too wound up in people's sort of threats, if you will.
That's great. So I think the immediate question that would be, looking at the sort of incoming Biden administration, obviously the Senate is still, up for grabs to a certain degree. How do you sort of think about the legislative picture when it comes to the antitrust negotiation ability and those other issues?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of discussion right now, or how is the Biden administration going to approach tech policy, if you will. I don't know that I'm seeing evidence of some big shift, right? I think if you look, there's a couple different levels. If you look at the Department of Justice antitrust case and the cases to come, and I think there will be additional cases, those things are basically staff driven and analytically driven, and not really political decisions. I never viewed them as political decisions, and I don't think they get framed that way because that's useful. But I think the merits are there, and they're going to continue to be there. And I fully expect a Biden administration to continue in that vein. If you look at Section 230, a really hard problem, but a lot of people have a lot of complaints, different kinds of complaints. I think there will be adjustments to Section 230. We have our sets of complaints about it, in particular about how the platforms amplify. We think, and I'm happy to dig into that question, but there's a lot of focus on what third parties do, like what people post, and not enough emphasis on what the platforms do, which is decide what gets seen and what doesn't get seen. And then most specifically, we have a bill that would allow news publishers to collectively negotiate. Really, the only thing I'm asking the government to do is to leave us alone. We had great support in both the House and Senate. We're pushing for that bill to go forward. We have support on a bipartisan basis. David Cicilline's a primary co-sponsor in the House, and Mitch McConnell's a co-sponsor in the Senate.
That's
I'm
a
not
coalition.
sure how many bills those guys co-sponsor together, but it's not a long list. So, I think again, this is all part of a slow movement to renegotiate the terms in a way that work for everybody.
Yeah. So as we're sort of nearing the end of this, I want to sort of leave people with a useful framework for approaching this. So if we're in agreement about the idea, given your metaphors, that there's a lot to be shaken out, both from a sort of what's posturing, what is serious, to the fact that there's a sort of intersectional sort of connection between government, the decision of companies, and the actual individual publishers themselves. How do you sort of see, I don't want you to make any, or ask you to make specific predictions because that's difficult, but just trend wise, how do you sort of see the challenges and opportunities we're discussing sort of play themselves out over the next sort of 5 or 6 years?
Yeah. Let's start with local news.
Yeah.
I think one of the interesting things about COVID and social justice issues and other things we've dealt with this year has been almost a reattachment of people to local news and information. You know, there was a long-term trend previous to Trump, but accelerated by Trump, of nationalization of news attention, right? And what we've seen this year is the telescope got spun around 180, and all of a sudden there's a lot of focus on what's happening locally in your community. I think that sustains, and I think there will continue to be technical evolutions. And you look at things like the challenges to local linear TV, right, in the streaming era. So where do people in the future go for their local news and information? What does that look like? It's a rich combination of text and video and audio. And I think a number of my members are kind of well placed to win in that world. So again, we're in mid evolution. But I think you're going to see a lot of interesting and innovative solutions, particularly at the local level, coming up. What we have to do, if we want there to be the ability for new entrants, for startups, for continuation of my current members, we need that digital distribution to make monetary sense, to return value. And if we can get a better deal there and add in reader revenue and add in events and retail and connecting local advertisers, you can come up with a rich business that people care about a lot and returns a lot of value to local readers.
Yeah. So as we're sort of we've closed out the 2010s, obviously the journalism media industry has gone through a lot of highs and lows sort of this decade. As we close it out, what do you think the major takeaways are? You've already hit one with sort of not depending solely on one source of revenue, not depending on one sort of platform, but broadly speaking, as you're working with your members, how are you thinking about the takeaways of all these different transformative changes?
I think it's hard, right? The industry's been hit hard financially. I think, the cutbacks, but I think you have to stop for a minute and say, hey, how important are we? And not just how important do we tell ourselves we are, right? It's how centered in the national discussion are we? What is the impact of our journalism? I mean, just look this week at how much crazy crap has been out, distributed in the ecosystem, where our journalism has been the antidote about that. No, that's not happening. No, there's, here are the facts. So I think, even though the financials are really constrained, the quality and importance of the product is off the charts. And that's something you can build around, right? People make these stupid analogies about buggy whips industries. People didn't buy buggy whips because they didn't need them anymore. People need and want our stuff more than ever. So that's a place where you can build a business to, right? We got our issues, we got our challenges, major ones, but I'd much rather be where I am than in a lot of other spaces because people want the stuff and need it.
Yeah. So I think what I've appreciated about your comments is it's a good mix of realism, but also sort of optimism. What would your sort of closing message be for people who are once again are closing out this decade? We're looking at sort of a new legislative opportunity, a transition in government. What would your sort of closing thoughts be for this panel?
I think it's where we started, which is weirdly at the end of the day, I have optimism. And I really do. And this is not just because I'm paid to have optimism.
Yeah, the source matters there.
Although I am paid to have optimism, but it's not just because of that. Again, because there's a lot of different businesses that don't matter or don't matter much to people, and we do, right? So then if you take a disciplined look and back it out and figure out how do we then return value back to support that it matters. And just because the digital ecosystem is what it is today doesn't mean that's what it has to be in the future, right? And changing course and fixing things so that we can sustain the news business is not really that hard, not really that expensive, and entirely achievable. So this is not some rolling a rock up the hill. We have the good stuff. It needs to be paid for. It can be paid for, and so let's be optimistic and build around that.
Great place to end, David. Thank you so much, and I look forward to see how y'all progress during the 2021 start to everything.
Excellent. Thank you very much for having me.
Down to 15 minutes while I deal with that, and apparently my video is having trouble there too. But we're just going to dive into things. The show must go on. So, Josh, I'm going to cut this down real quick and basically just start with the fact that you obviously were at TechCrunch until a few months ago. You're now in venture capital. Obviously, the big thing everyone's thinking about is the election results. If you were still back,
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Oh, just waiting for the end of your question.
yeah, that was the end of it.
Oh, you cut out, so just please repeat the end of your.
Yeah, the end of the question was sort of if you were still back at TechCrunch, what are the stories that you'd be interested in covering sort of right now as we transition administrations and sort of look at a lot of the tech stuff that's going on?
So you're still echoing very heavily, so a little bit difficult to hear you. But yeah, I mean, to talk a little bit about what's changed, being a reporter, you're really basically just paid to learn for a living, and that's a really incredible opportunity. It's something where it's so rare, where most often you have to really do work, focus on one very specific thing over time, whether you're an investor or in a product or building something. Whereas a reporter, you really just, all you have to do is crystallize your knowledge. There's no other type of output. And that makes it an incredible job to especially have early in a career, because you get this opportunity to basically learn on somebody else's dime. And I had a wonderful experience with that at TechCrunch. I joined TechCrunch recently. I hardly knew how to knew most of the financial acronyms that were necessary for people to be able to actually talk about like finance and earnings reports. I hadn't really done interviews with many founders, and so it's been a pretty remarkable education that I got there.
Hey, can you not hear him?
One thing that I will say that's really changed in tech reporting is that when I started back around 2010, it was so
thanks. Let me get off.
About it was so much about product. It was about the things that people actually use, because there weren't that many people using them, so it was the product that was interesting. Okay, apparently you guys can't hear me right now.
I'm so sorry about this.
Well, great. Well, if you guys are interested in
Hello, everyone. Really sorry about that. We've run into some technical difficulties and are going to have to push down the conversation. We will be back at 5 o'clock. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. And Josh, thank you for joining regardless of the difficulties there.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for the technical issues we were having at the last panel, but don't worry. Our current two panelists
are good and ready to go for the last session of Reboot 2020. We are going to be talking about social media, news, and democracy. And I have two phenomenal women joining me. I have Miss Yael Einstad, who is a visiting fellow and professor at Cornell. And I have Miss Sarah Rosier, who is the director of strategic partnerships at Ballotpedia. So we don't have a ton of time, so let's go ahead and dive right in. If Sarah, you could start us off with helping us understand a bit about your background and what your background has to do with social media, news, and democracy.
Yeah, I always say that I think I have the only job I could have. My parents were extremely worried when I was a political rhetoric major in college. So
I love that. I thought we're going to dive into that in a bit. Yeah.
So I'm happy to be here. But so Ballotpedia, we are the political encyclopedia of American politics. And what we do is our main goal, especially in the last few years, is to help fill the news deserts that exist now when it comes to covering local elections, covering state legislative elections, all of those races. You know, we've talked a lot about president this year, but those aren't the only races that matter. And so our main goal is to try to be a resource for voters, eventually to have a full sample ballot up and down their ballot, but just to give some kind of news and information about all the candidates seeking elected office in the country. And so we've been working in recent years with some of our partners to make sure accurate information exists about the political sphere and make sure that we do things like help companies like Twitter verify candidates on those types of platforms and just make sure that accurate, neutral, calm information is out and available.
Yes, we're going to dive into this in a bit, but I'm really excited to talk to both of you because of both of your backgrounds are very much so like my background. And I used to use Ballotpedia all the time. It was definitely a resource that we held on to dearly when it came to reporting certain statistics. But by Yael, same question. Please just give us a quick little, divvy into your background and what that has to do with social media, news, and democracy.
Sure. Thanks, Alexia. And Sarah, I'm super excited to share this conversation with you. Okay, I'll give the shortest version I can possibly think of. I spent most of my career in the foreign policy and national security world. In the late 90s, actually as a CIA officer, and then became a diplomat, and then went to the White House. But most of my career was really about foreign policy, promoting democracy, U.S. leadership in the world, all these things. And then I started shifting in around 2014. I left government in 2013, and I started focusing on this breakdown in civil discourse here in the U.S. And I had spent my whole life really focused overseas, really on global affairs. And I started to really believe that this breakdown in civil discourse in the U.S. was becoming our biggest threat to our democracy. So I started digging in and researching and looking into what was going on and started writing about it. And long story short, Facebook called and they asked me in 2018 to come be their head of elections integrity ops for political ads to start this new team. So I went in eyes wide open, recognizing that it was a huge challenge. Didn't think I was going to necessarily fix it, but thought I would try. And I left in under 6 months, so that tells you how that went. So for the last 2 years, really been working on sort of what can we do about it? What are the policy implications for how social media, and no, it's not just social media. Before anyone says, well, there's already lots of problems. But in the terms of what we're talking about here, really exploring now at Cornell Tech, sort of what can we do to reclaim a bit of our public square, to foster a healthier info ecosystem? What is the social media companies' roles in how they're affecting democracy, civil discourse, all these grand things that I'm sure we're going to talk about.
Yes, so both of you all gave a beautiful introduction, which segues perfectly into my next question. So now we have just a drop of how social media, news, democracy are intertwined. If you want to, talk more about that from your perspective, please feel free. But I think that Sarah, you'll definitely have something to say on this, as will Yael. Could you help explain to the listeners before we get into the nitty-gritty questions, what is the relationship between national security and civil discourse, the social media platforms. I think that when I talk to my friends about this, because Yael, you know, I'm so nerdy about this. This is like what I do. I'm so excited about it, right? A lot of my friends are like, what does that have to do with nuclear weapons? I'm like, no, wait, time out. There are these kinds of tenets of what security entails. And I think that both of you could have a really good, you know, a position on that. So if you guys could both from your own respective spaces talk about what you think the relationship between national security and social media, you know, and public discourse platforms are. Sarah, you could definitely feel free with that.
Yeah, so it's interesting. It really does, and a lot depend on who you ask. There's, of course, the facet of talking about election security and thinking through the different issues involved there. And even still, as you think about that, it's who are you asking and what can be done about it? I know, and it sounds like Yael has had experience with it, the different social media companies especially have gone on the offensive, trying to tackle what they're considering misinformation, disinformation, trying to get correct dates and information out. And there's a whole litany of issues associated with that. And then just thinking through even things like what are the policies related to what happened in Kenosha and the backlash that Facebook received for some of the things involving that, or even what news organizations are deplatformed because of potential issues related to national security. It's a whole wide range of things. And whether or not a company is being proactive or reactive has a lot to do with the public outcry they're receiving, who's the loudest voice in the room of their users. And it's created some interesting dynamics in the past few years, but I'm really curious to see what Yael has to say about this question.
I'm going to go real high level. Otherwise, this conversation will go on for hours. So I'm going to go high level on this. And this is just one piece of the answer. Obviously, this isn't the whole answer. So the way I look at it is, listen, whatever challenge we want to tackle, whatever it be, whether it's climate change, whether it's what to do about the school down your block that you want to send your children to, whether it's nuclear disarmament, whatever it is we want to tackle, if we cannot figure out how to talk to each other and how to sit down, and we don't have to agree, but we have to be able to at least have the potential to have these conversations, we will never tackle any of our problems. And it's interesting, like so many people right now, it's just gone this, I don't want to overly simplify it and say polarization, it's gotten worse and that's the problem. But I mean, it kind of is that simple in a way. We've always been a polarized society. That is not new. We have always had different perspectives and we've always had people on very different sides of the fence on conversations. But the scale to which social media has been able to use all of our biases and our human behavioral data and our weaknesses to really inflame us, to really like not just further polarize us, but get us to engage on pure emotion. And I really do believe it's driving these incredible wedges in society and also completely distorting people's ability to distill fact from fiction anymore. And, you know, it's not, to me, I don't actually look at it as a content moderation problem. Content moderation is absolutely a huge challenge. Yeah. But content moderation is what happens after you've already created a platform that's incentivizing certain people to engage in certain ways. Step before content moderation and say, what is it about these platforms that is encouraging the kind of breakdown in the ability to even have reasoned discourse? And really at the end of the day, this was kind of the conclusion I came to in this recent talk I did. It's about they're antithetical to listening, and listening is critical and key to being able to engage in any sort of critical dialogue. And when you have this frictionless virality that is all about speed, scale, emotional reactions, you are absolutely building the opposite kind of technology than one would need to help you actually listen, empathize, hear the other side, engage. You can disagree, but at the end of the day, we can't achieve anything if we can't figure out how to talk through things. And I know that was very high level. I get really nerdy and wonky in the details so often. Today, I feel like going low high level.
Oh, no, you are perfectly fine because, to frame this, we know what we're talking about, but we definitely need to start high level so that we could probably frame, this conversation. So you are saying that it's a bug by design, especially considering a lot of people use social media not just for selling things, not just for advertising, so I can buy the next desk for my new home office, right? Like it is the same. It is a space where everyone talks about absolutely everything, sells everything. And when I think about this problem, I definitely think about it from the political standpoint, which I think Sarah can hit on. But then I also think about this from a technological standpoint, which maybe you could touch on too. So if we talk about, social media platforms are just kind of racing and not taking the time to think about how their product is affecting democracy, this immediately makes me think of algorithmic design. Because to me, it's also not about content moderation. It's about the fact that I am designed to see the same people and the same things that they think I want to see over and over. So it creates kind of this like echo chamber of ideas, and people will prefer to see other people's ideas that they think agree with them, and then they just kind of get hardened in their space. And so to me, I immediately think like, well, I really don't want to talk to legislators about content moderation, which is all kind of the rage to talk about right now. I want to talk about, is there any space for how we're going to redesign the purpose of your platform in this specific regard? But then to speak about it from a political mind, because I used to work in politics, I used to work in elections, I used to run campaigns. I think about this from the perspective of a candidate, which is you have to get information out here, you have to get it out quick. You also, because of social media, the idea that candidates can be nuanced is starting to get lost, and it breaks my heart. So now you have candidates that have to use social media to get themselves out there to raise money and raise awareness about themselves so they want to win their election. And, they're not able to even facilitate this space of discourse. And they're the ones that are supposed to be leading us so that we can have a civil democracy. So I definitely want to pitch the second part to Sarah, which is, giving your political background and your background at Ballotpedia, have you seen any of, over time, have you seen kind of this change of how candidates and elected officials have to engage with society just to, keep their cool up, keep themselves up, and how that might play to the negative effects we see play out on social media? And then to Yael, do you have anything to say about the algorithmic design of some of our social media platforms? Sarah, you please start first. Sarah, I'm not sure I can hear you.
I was muted. Rookie mistake. Can you hear?
No, it's fine. I work for a tech firm and regularly forget to unmute myself.
So when you asked the question, it made me think of two almost competing truths. Just even setting aside algorithms, which are way over my head, and the social media platforms themselves, the idea of how candidates engage with social media. We see both incumbents and candidates who are very successful in their political careers who maybe have just, a paid lower level Hill staffer running their Twitter account, and it works for them. And then you have the candidates who have come up in the age of Donald Trump, in the age of AOC, who are themselves tweeting multiple times a day, engaging with their voters on their Instagram accounts, posting pictures of their Converse and everything like that. And it's really funny because as you were asking the question, I was thinking of campaign manager friends who, there's a group of them who love those candidates who are out and on those social media platforms 40 times a day, posting directly from their iPhones. And then there are the campaign managers who do not want to touch those candidates. And so
one of those. I was like, I need to, what are you saying?
yeah, it's so interesting. And I think, not to take it all the way back to the news deserts that I kicked it off with, but back in the day, you had paper sample ballot information from the local chamber of commerce every single election cycle, with questions all the way down to your local dog catcher that the candidates would engage with. Mm-hmm. And now that there isn't so much of that, there isn't that really grassroots paper-based way to connect with the candidates. They are looking for a way to connect with voters, and voters are looking for a way to connect with them. And when you start talking about algorithm issues, it does get into, all right, does an algorithm affect a voter's ability to research who is on their ballot? And that's when, and I'm sure Yael can talk to it more, that's when the problems may start arising. But it is really interesting. We are in this kind of switch between, hey, there's not a League of Women Voters survey every single year that gets sent to my mailbox that I can sit at my breakfast table and read. And how do we fill that void? How do we fill that gap?
Yael, I think you're muted.
I'm not allowed.
I was going to say, I'm going to not give the entire attention economy speech right now, but I will say that, so part of the issue, right, is yes, I agree that there were too many traditional gatekeepers of media and news. And I do believe that having more voices surface makes a more robust and inclusive democracy. I fundamentally and fully believe that. Mm-hmm. And I say that because often when what I say next comes, everyone goes, oh, you're anti-free speech. 100% pro-free speech. Actually swore an oath to the Constitution for the first half of my career. Protecting free speech. But what we have right now is a situation where we have these companies who claim to just be about trying to connect people and their friends and give people a voice. And yet they bear zero responsibility for anything that happens on their platform, because they are just operating under full immunity thanks to our current legislative construct around tech platforms. The idea that just because I have an idea, and of course I should be free to say what I want to say, does that mean that I should also be free to have that amplified to billions of people just because I happen to say it or write it in a way that gamed the algorithm to like be salacious and be engaging? Does it mean that what's happening here is we have these platforms who claim that they're all about free speech? Let's just go straight at the free speech issue. I recognize that I am speaking with Lincoln here, and I'm going to sound like a raging liberal, which I am not. That's, whenever you touch the free speech question, I realize it's going to get thorny. But free speech is that any one of us should be able to express ourselves openly and freely. Free speech is not about a platform deciding who they're going to amplify, how their algorithms are going to spread content, what they're going to show you, what they're not going to show you, who they're going to recommend you connect to, what groups they're going to push you towards. That has nothing to do with free speech. In fact, that is a platform deciding whose voice rises to the top and whose voice doesn't. And there are very serious consequences for that. And they operate completely freely with zero accountability if maybe some of what they're doing actually causes harm. And so again, I know I'm going somewhat high level. If somebody wants me to get real specific, happy to. But when people talk about algorithmic transparency, or when people talk about wanting to make the recommendation engines transparent, what we're saying, and I'm one of those people, what we're saying is Not that we want the platforms to decide what is fact and fiction. Not that we want them to be the arbiters of truth, and not that we want them to stifle free speech. But we do want there to be transparency around how are their algorithms deciding what they're amplifying. If Sarah posts something about elections and how ballots work, or politicians, or all the stuff that Ballotpedia works on, and then some dude who has never spent a day in his life working on any of these things decides to post something completely egregious and false about the same thing, because of the language he's probably going to use, his post will probably get engaged more and spread more and boost more and amplified more than Sarah's would, because she's probably going to give a nice, nuanced, wonky, I mean, I could be wrong, but I assume you're going to give like a fact-filled, nuanced, wonky answer. And so to me, there's a fundamental breakdown in what should be our public square, because we have these for-profit private companies, well, they are like countries, companies whose entire goal is to scale globally, to make everybody addicted to their platforms and to sell ads. And they're in control of our public square of whose voices rise to the top and whose voices don't. That's what I want to see reset.
Yeah. So speaking of Sarah, I will probably be in your camp doing nothing but using nerdy language to explain on social media my positions on these things. That's probably, yeah. Anyway, so speaking of these companies being global companies with the juxtaposition of they are American companies that, you know, believe in free speech. I studied at SAIS and I was at, you know, the Bologna campus.
So did I.
I figured, I thought so. I really did. I was like, okay, I know she was at SAIS, but I just have a guess that she might've been at the European. So I was. And it was right after the election of President Trump. And I remember being targeted for disinformation campaigns, and not Alexia, like someone was looking for me, but I remember looking at my friends, my sorority sisters, my family posting things that seemed sketchy. Seemed very sketchy. And then very shortly after, when the Senate Intelligence Committee released its report on the 2016 election, you know, and how interference may or may not have played a part, there was a very, you know, clear section in that report that talked about how certain categories of Americans were targeted for certain types of ads and things. So for example, while I was in Italy, so what makes me think about the globalness of these companies versus their thing, their push for free speech, is that, are you then also giving free speech rights to all the other citizens of other countries who don't, you know, abide by the same type of constitution that we do, but then you're putting the effect on Americans? I'm sorry, that's a little tangent, but anyway, you know, it really scared me and made me wonder how my friends and family were getting so sucked into types of news that weren't true, and how it was even being advertised to me. I just knew that it wasn't real. Like, you know, links and posters that had Beyonce on it to you know, come rally at a Black Lives Matter protest and, you know, suggest inciting violence. I was like, that's not happening, and that's not real, and this isn't coming from a legitimized group, you know, but I kept seeing it over and over and over. So when you talk about, I don't want content moderation, I just kind of want to ensure that the most correct voices are coming out, like the most educated voices, the voices that have credible backgrounds. I completely empathize. And it makes me wonder, it makes me feel like this isn't an issue specifically of the social media groups, but of a deeper issue of societal education. So how do either one of you, you know, kind of, you know, react to this, and how do you get at least society to start thinking about whether something that they're seeing or not is true or false, and how do we even start reaching the babies, like the kids, that now have way more access to social media content than I did, even though I was raised in the latter half in the social media generation, to start thinking about how.
Can I unpack the first half of your story, the targeting thing? And then hopefully Sarah will have better insights than I do on how we fix it all. But I want to unpack the targeting thing that you mentioned, because there's two different things. There's targeting, which is a different situation than like what's being amplified algorithmically. So I want to unpack the targeting thing for a moment.
Yes.
Because people often say, why are political ads such a big deal? And this is what I was hired to do at Facebook. Political ads, it's not the biggest deal. The bigger issue is the organic content. It's the hateful rhetoric, and it is true in terms of mis and disinformation. You know, the organic content is the bigger problem. But why do so many of us focus so strongly on political ads? Because that is where a candidate can actually use Facebook's sophisticated targeting tools to target you with a very different ad than they're going to target Sarah with. And why does that matter? It doesn't matter if you target, listen, if you want to use those targeting tools to decide if you should try to sell me Reeboks or Nikes, I'm fine with that. Like, I really don't care. But when it comes to political speech and it comes to robust and healthy democracy, the only way we can have a situation where we can come together and debate which politicians we believe in, which policies we care about, and fervently debate these things will be if we all have the same information to start with. Yeah. And whereas I'm not saying that cable news doesn't bear a huge part of this as well, they do. But anyone who watches CNN is seeing the same commercials if they're in the same areas. Anybody who picks up the local newspaper is getting the same ads in that area. Anybody who turns on their local news is, at least everybody within that broadcast area is seeing the same ad. Sarah and I don't know where you live, Sarah, but let's say we might even just live across the street from each other. And based on the human behavioral data that Facebook has hoovered up about Sarah and me, even off of their platform, not just on their platform, politicians can target Sarah and me with a completely different ad. And so then we can't, I know we don't come around water coolers anymore, but we can't come around the water cooler and discuss, you know, when Facebook says political speech is the most scrutinized speech in the world, well, that can only be true if we're all seeing the same political speech. And so I want to be really clear that no, I don't think political ads is the biggest problem, but that is where these companies are selling tools that are allowing political operatives to send us all very different messages and to target you. Let's be frank about who they were targeting. The Cambridge Analytica scandal, the IRA, that was all targeting groups like African Americans. Like, they were targeting groups to specifically stir up divisive issues in our society. And so that's where I get really frustrated. Even if we want to debate till the cows come home what the organic content should and shouldn't be like, how are we okay with those tools being used for our political debates and political campaigns? So there's that. And then in terms of, like, of course we need to educate the public better. Of course we need digital literacy and media literacy and all of these things. But I want to be really clear. It's not a fair fight. To put it on the public to understand how they're being manipulated by platforms who are using our human behavioral data against us is implying it's an even and fair fight. We absolutely need media literacy, but at the same time, we need to fundamentally reset the incentives around these platforms have decided they will dominate our public square, but they do not operate like a public service, and there's a problem there. So anyway, that's my soapbox for now.
Oh, no worries. I'm gonna shift gears a little bit, unless Sarah, you wanna hop in and comment?
Just as a follow-up to the second part of the question, which is making sure that as much as one can, putting out the accurate information straight from sources. That's something that we take very seriously at Ballotpedia, is trying to gain the trust of our readers and our audience to make sure that it's something that's shareable, so that we're putting factual information into the world. We're making sure that candidates have a voice through our candidate survey and through our online debate platform and everything like that. So just trying to make sure that, yes, when a reader comes to us, they don't leave feeling like they've tried to have been persuaded of something. We want them to leave and feel like they can share this information. They know that if they share a Ballotpedia page, that what they're putting into the world is factual and doesn't go towards the disinformation or anything like that, and sourcing and really thinking through, even just as individuals, anybody on this call, thinking through what you're sharing, making sure that it is a calm voice in the room, especially in a year like 2020.
Okay. I really couldn't possibly agree more. And the next two kind of topics I'm going to hit on, the first is going to be congressional intelligence, candidate intelligence, if we're going to start talking about how to put some more of the onus on the private sector. And then we're going to go a little bit into both of what you all do in your day jobs and how we kind of combat these issues that you all have already laid out so very eloquently. We all saw the congressional hearings with all the tech giants. And the first one I saw was when I was in Italy. And it was 4 hours of heart-wrenching sadness. I was just sitting here like, there's no way this man and this woman is supposed to regulate anything that's coming out of our technological hubs if they ask one more time, how does Facebook make money? Like, it brought me an enormous amount of stress. And then so came all of the other hearings where they, brought all of the leaders of the tech giants, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Google, Alphabet, to Congress to come talk and explain themselves and, all of the kind of problems that we just kind of colloquially hear about. So if the onus should not be on the, citizens, which I agree with you, Yael, it's definitely a very unfair fight, then we need to put some of the onus on the private sector. But they refuse to do it. There's no incentive for them to do it. Their funding structure doesn't need for them to do it. And they keep making record profits every quarter. Like, we keep looking at them. During Cambridge Analytica, Facebook was still making an enormous amount of money and their shareholders were not particularly upset. So that in my head kind of leads me to, well, who else is there to start trying to put a little bit more pressure on the private sector and social media companies? And that is our elected officials. But then you see our elected officials and they don't know what to do and they don't know what to ask.
I'm going to push back on that a little bit. I think there are elected, and I know we only have 5 minutes left. So so Sarah, just like wave at me when I'm speaking too much so that you can cut in. But I think our elected officials, some of them have come a long way over the last few years. I'm just going to push back a little bit on the idea that everyone in U.S. government is too stupid to figure this out, because I don't agree with that. Yes, there are first and foremost, it is true that most of our elected officials are not engineers and computer scientists. That does not mean that they are any less intelligent. It just means that they have a different skill set and different focus. And their focus should be on protecting the American people. That it should be their focus. Some of them don't understand it at all, but if you have been watching more of the recent hearings, not this most recent Section 230 hearing, that was a complete political stunt. So that one doesn't count. Let's push that one aside. But if you look at, for example, the hearing that, I went with Jason to this hearing on the Senate Commerce Committee a year ago, a little bit over a year and a half ago. There were really smart questions from both sides of the aisle. And it was a really smart conversation. These are difficult topics. Set aside the outliers who just use Senate hearings and House hearings to grandstand. Those guys exist, set them aside. I do think that we absolutely need to figure out, listen, any other company, any other industry in this country, when they create an externality in the world, government's job is to figure out how to tax that externality. That's just like the most simplistic way of saying it. When their product puts out something that is negative in the world, they don't try to crush the company and say the company can't exist, but it's how do we minimize that externality? And that is all we're asking for. I am not, well, not everyone. I am not trying to kill off Facebook. I just do believe that for the fact that their platforms have become absolutely a bastion of disinformation and of hate speech, and actually has led to some real violent acts in the world that have been planned out in private groups on Facebook to figure out how to reset that. And I 100% believe our legislators and regulators are going to be the ones that have to. And, you know, I know that everyone loves to say that the markets are always right. I mean, when Facebook was fined $5 billion for data privacy violations, the markets rallied and their stocks went flying up. So clearly the open market is not actually resetting this. And I do think it is time for the US government to step up, not try to crush the companies, but create a situation where they are protecting the United States citizens from some of the negative consequences that are happening from these platforms, while also creating an environment where more competition can thrive, so that maybe we can get healthier platforms to be able to compete.
So off of that, Sarah, you know, given all of the work that Ballotpedia has done and its public initiatives and the amount of work that you guys have already done with social media platforms, could you talk about how some of that might be transferred or how it could be replicated in, you know, amassing more congressional intelligence on how to better fix these negative externalities, as Ayel pointed out?
So our role is almost too simplistic for that. We just want to kind of be an information provider in that neutral way. So we're less trying to gather information on the social media and instead just trying to make sure that accurate information does get out to users in whatever manner that people engaging with those platforms are coming to us. So I've just kind of, honestly, most of us at Ballotpedia have just been casual observers of what's happening in terms of the tech policy itself, and instead our only one driving goal in any kind of data pipeline that we have is just to make sure that we know that what we're putting out is accurate and neutral, and at least we can control that granular aspect of it.
Awesome. So Yael, I've had the opportunity to work with congressional staffers, different elected officials through, you know, different means on trying to raise their awareness on various tech policy issues. If there was, you know, there are definitely a couple of congressmen and thankfully, you know, a larger amount of elected officials from Illinois that I know that are really, really good leaders in the tech policy space. What type of policies and regulation would you look for, especially with this new Congress coming in? You know, what type of things would you ask them to support, given that most people's view of how to approach this issue is vastly different?
So again, just to be clear, I believe we're only supposed to go to 540, right?
545.
Okay. Just wanting to know how long I should go on here. Listen, there is no one quick magical solution that fixes these things. And this is part of the problem. Whatever I say, people are going to go, but that's not as important as data privacy, or that's not as important as antitrust. I'm just going to talk about the one piece of all of those things are important, the one piece that I focus on. And that is, I mean, unfortunately, people will just immediately pigeonhole it into Section 230. But for me, I want to see a world where we decide that there will be accountability for the way your product is affecting society, and whether that's how it's affecting the mental health of teenage girls, or whether that's how it's affecting our democratic process, by whether it's how your platform. I'll give you a very quick example. Mm-hmm. If it turns out that somebody who went and committed an act of violence in the real world, I mean, there's a few examples. One would be the Black Lives Matter protest in Oakland, where a Boogaloo Boys alt-like right-wing person group exploited it, and two people met on Facebook in a private Facebook group and then went to Oakland and killed a federal officer. And we will never know, most likely, if those two people even accidentally met in that group, or if Facebook's recommendation engines pushed them towards that group, or even recommended that group, or connected those two individuals to begin with. So to me, it's not a question of should those two men have had the right to have terrible opinions on Facebook. To me, the question is, did any Facebook tools enable those two men to meet? And did any Facebook tools somehow connect these two knowingly, and then they went and committed an act of violence or push them towards an extreme group that maybe they weren't even seeking out to begin with? So to me, I want to focus on the responsibility around this. It does come down to Section 230 because we'll never know. Because if that spouse of that officer who was killed in Oakland wanted to try to take Facebook to court to find out if their tools and their recommendation engines actually connected these two men, I guarantee you it'll be thrown out based on Section 230, and they'll say they're immune from even showing you that information. That's what I want to look at. I want to help our legislators think about how do we define responsibility for how the tools are being used to help enable some of the things that are really harming our society.
Deeply understood. We really, it's like, I do know that we have to end in 2 minutes, but we have a ton of questions I haven't even gotten to. But I'm going to throw the last one to Sarah. You know, you explained how simple the Ballotpedia model is. And right now we are going through an election where there has been a projected winner, but literally 70% of the people who voted for Trump don't believe that that is fair. How could we possibly try to better engage our, societal discourse and try to get people with facts in maybe a manner that Ballotpedia has done to understand what's going on and see, for themselves the entire election process, make sure that they can get fair.
So maybe this is a really optimistic view, but I think people do want to generally feel like they are well informed. And I think if we really rely on that operating principle and provide calm responses in times like these, instead of kind of engaging in the inflamed rhetoric, many people during a time period like this will come to the more level-headed source, making sure that we're just tracking litigation, we're looking at recount laws, watching our adjectives, even as something as simple as watching the adjectives that you put out into the world. It can make a difference. And so for us, it's always taking it back to who we view our readers as. And one big group of our readers are the people who view themselves as the thought leaders of their smaller groups. So when you think about just even among your Facebook friends or the groups you follow on the lists you follow on Twitter, thinking about those people who, not to take it to pandemic terms, but are super spreaders, who in your various groups kind of view themselves as the truth seekers, the people who are putting out the various articles and thought pieces into the world, and making sure that you're reaching them, making them feel empowered to share that type of information. I think that's a good place to start. Of course, there's going to be the issues of algorithms and whether or not a source like Ballotpedia will have the same projection as other projection distribution as other sources, but really trying to take it to those super spreaders, making sure that those who view themselves as, the leaders of their groups are getting factual, cool-headed information out, and just being careful about how you're phrasing things, thinking through if you belong to an organization who does have an impact like this, that you're thinking through how you're wording things.
Sarah, that is the absolute most perfect way to end this session. Primarily because that has been a lot of my focus amongst and Lincoln's focus amongst the election season is just to let cooler heads prevail and provide factual information. You all have done a great service to us by sharing your wisdom and knowledge at our Reboot 2020 conference. I thank you so much. If any of our audience members want to engage with Sarah and I, they are active on Twitter. You could definitely find them online. For everyone that has joined us for the last several days, thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. We're going to be recapping next week, and we will see you later. I hope you both have a very lovely evening.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Lincoln Network. Bye.
Hey everyone,
Thank you so much for attending the last 3 days, Friday, Monday, and now Tuesday of Reboot 2020. It's been an honor to serve you all and put up these conversations despite the mild technical difficulties every once in a while. But we will be sending out a fully edited collection of all of the different episodes and discussions that we've had. So definitely keep an eye on your inbox and for Lincoln's page at lincolnpolicy.org, where we will post and share those there. Have a great Veterans Day, and we will see you next time.